Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage AFP-UP President and CEO, Greg Sindelar.
Good morning. How's everyone doing today? What a great way to start 250 years of America. And it's a pleasure to welcome you all this morning to our Prosperity Summit, obviously proudly co-hosted by us here at America First Policy Institute and our friends at Unleash Prosperity. From the founding of AFPI, we have been dedicated to advancing the America First vision, and near the heart of that vision is a simple conviction that the American people should flourish and that American people should prosper. As we approach the 250th anniversary of American independence, it is worth remembering that the prosperity has been a part of the American story from the very beginning. Think back across the centuries. What is mostly absent from the American experience that has marked the history of so many other nations? Three items come to mind for me. The first, nationwide famine. The second, the acceptance of a permanent generational poverty as an unavoidable feature of society. And the third is prolonged technological and industrial stagnation. For 2.5 centuries, America has largely avoided these conditions while continuing to lead the world in innovation, enterprise, and discovery. That is an extraordinary achievement. We have certainly endured hardship, recession, depression, and war, but generation after generation, Americans have renewed our prosperity, expanded opportunity, and pushed the frontiers of human progress. When Americans debate economic challenges, we are often debating the challenges of abundance. That in itself is a blessing. So how did we become such an exceptional nation? The answer is liberty. As we celebrate America's 250th anniversary, it is worth remembering that 1776 gave the world not one revolutionary document, but two. The first was the Declaration of Independence, which proclaimed the political truth that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. The second was Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations, which articulated the economic principles of free enterprise, voluntary exchange, and the productive power of free people. It is no coincidence that these two great works emerged in the same year. Political liberty and economic liberty are mutually reinforcing. A free people creates prosperity, and widespread prosperity strengthens the foundations of freedom. America's founders understood this. They had built lives, families, businesses, and communities, and they willingly risked everything they had created in order to secure liberty for future generations. That is why prosperity is near the heart of the America First movement, but not at its very center. At the center is something even more fundamental, the conviction that a free people exercising their God-given liberty can build strong families, vibrant communities, and a prosperous nation. Liberty is not simply compatible with prosperity. Liberty is the source of prosperity. And a century ago, at the 150th anniversary of American independence, President Calvin Coolidge reminded Americans that the Declaration of Independence is the product of the spiritual insight of the people. The things of the Spirit come first. Coolidge understood something we must never forget. America's economic strength rests upon moral and political foundations. Free enterprise, innovation, entrepreneurship, and growth flourished only where liberty flourishes. And so we gather today at a moment when these principles are once again being put to the test. Across the country, we are witnessing an economic resurgence being driven by a renewed commitment to growth, investment, energy abundance, and American competitiveness. The Trump administration is working in real time to restore the conditions that have always made America prosperity possible. Lower barriers to enterprise, a stronger industrial base, sound economic policy, and confidence in the limitless potential of the American worker. Yet, there remains a profound debate about America's future. One vision trusts free people, free enterprise, private property, and economic liberty. The other increasingly looks to centralized power, dependency, and government direction as the primary engines of economic life. The stakes in that debate could not be higher because history teaches us that prosperity is never automatic. It must be cultivated, defended, and renewed with each generation. If we want another 250 years of American prosperity, we must continue to defend the institutions and policies that make prosperity possible. Economic freedom, limited government, American energy dominance, innovation, entrepreneurship, and above all, liberty itself. So today, let us give thanks for America's flourishing and prosperity. Americans deserve both, and our responsibility at AFPI, and of course at Unleash Prosperity and beyond, is to ensure that the next generation inherits an America that is freer, stronger, and more prosperous than the one that we have inherited. And our task is not merely to celebrate 250 years of American greatness. Our task is to secure the next 250. So thank you very much for being here this morning. And so now it is my privilege to introduce one of the stars of our show today and a good friend, someone who has spent a lifetime advancing the very principles that we're gathered here to celebrate. As co-founder of Unleash Prosperity, senior fellow here at AFPI, Steve Moore has been one of America's most influential champions of free enterprise, economic liberty, lower taxes, and pro-growth policy. For decades, he has shaped our national economic debate through his scholarship, his writing, and his fearless advocacy for the ideas that when Americans are free to work, innovate, build, and invest, there is no limit to what this nation can achieve. Steve has advised presidents, educated millions of Americans on economic policy, and remains one of our country's clearest and most effective voices for growth and opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming my friend and partner in the fight for American prosperity, Steve Moore.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. What a day we have lined up for you. I know how many of you came in from out of town? I know a lot of you did. Thank you for coming across these great United States. By the way, Reagan, you always referred to the United States in plural. These United States, not the United States, because he knew that he believed in federalism, and that's one of the hallmarks of our great country. This is a birthday celebration. This is a birthday celebration. And as you all know, there are two birthdays that we're celebrating. Obviously, this Saturday, we will celebrate the 250th birthday of our great nation, the greatest nation in the history of the planet. But we're also celebrating today, the one-year anniversary of one of the best pieces of legislation in the last 50 years, one of the greatest laws to help increase the prosperity of America, the big, beautiful bill. Thank you, Donald Trump, for such an amazing thing. We have so many great speakers lined up today. I'm in the best mood right now. I hope you are too. We have Larry Kudlow coming, and we have Arthur Laffer coming, and we have Jonathan Turley, and so many other luminaries who are going to celebrate our country today as it deserves to be celebrated. This is the greatest country in the history of the planet, and we are the wealthiest country in the history of the planet, and it did not happen by accident. When you think about what it must have been like 250 years ago. I mean, at that time, by the way, when we became a nation, there were only 3 million people in the United States. We were actually the smallest country virtually in the world. Did you know that? Only 3 million Americans at that time. Now we have 350 million Americans. So it has been quite a ride. And I wanted to read you one of my favorite speeches from almost exactly 250 years ago to this day, if I may. And you'll recognize, most of you will recognize this, but it is one of my favorite, most patriotic speeches. And you know who the author of this speech is, and certainly you'll know as I read it. Just a brief synopsis of this incredible speech. It starts, "There is no retreat but in submission and slavery. Our chains are forged. Their clanking may be heard on the plains of Boston. The war," he was talking, of course, about the Revolutionary War, "the war is inevitable, and let it come." I repeat it, sir, let it come. "It is in vain, sir, to extenuate the matter. Gentlemen may cry, 'Peace, peace,' but there is no peace. The war's actually already begun. The next gale that sweeps from the north will bring to our ears the clash of resounding arms. Our brethren are already in the field." By the way, just as a parenthetical, you may know, I did not know this, George Washington he was not one of the signers of the Declaration because he was in the field fighting the Revolutionary War. "The war has actually begun. The next gale that sweeps from the north will bring to our ears the clash of resounding arms. Our brethren are already in the field. Why stand we here idle? What is it that gentlemen wish? What would they have? Now this is one of my favorite passages of any speech any American has ever given. What is it that gentlemen will wish? What would they have? Is life so dear or peace so sweet as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery? Forbid it, Almighty God. I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death. And so we are here today to celebrate the liberty and the prosperity of this great, great country, and also to talk about the amazing results of the Big Beautiful Bill. So thank you again, especially people who came from around the country to celebrate with us. As I said, we have an incredible lineup. The result, by the way, just as another thing to celebrate, yesterday, the Dow Jones Industrial Average hit an all-time high at 52,500. Thank you, Donald J. Trump, again, for creating this incredible, prosperous period. The average income, by the way, some numbers just came out earlier this week that we put together at Unleash Prosperity, and I forgot to say, I'm just so proud at Unleash Prosperity that we were able to co-sponsor this event with America First Policy Institute, which does amazing things and has really provided the muscle of the Trump administration with the incredible people that have been put in positions of power. But this is really about how all this came about. It would not have happened. Just as we had the Reagan Revolution, we now have the Trump Revolution. It would not have happened without America First Policy Institute. So for those of you who are contributors and supporters, thank you for supporting that great organization. So without further ado, our first speaker, I'm so honored to have him here, Jonathan Turley. You all know Jonathan Turley from Fox News. He is a professor of law at George Washington University. You see him almost every day, especially lately with all these Supreme Court decisions that have come out. He is one of the top legal scholars in our country. Thank God he understands the importance of freedom and free enterprise and federalism, the things that made our country great. So without further ado, let me introduce to you folks the great Jonathan Turley.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you for the pleasure of speaking with you today. In light of the prosperity theme, I want to first acknowledge the ancestral corporations that first developed this land, being the Postal Service and the Trump Corporation and then Waldorf Astoria. But the fact is, this is an important event because it emphasizes how connected our revolution was to a free market theory of economics. My book, Rage in the Republic, talks a great deal about what I call a liberty-enhancing economy and why it's going to be so important for this republic to reinforce that. What many people don't appreciate is that, of course, this is the 250th anniversary of not just the foundation of our republic, but of the release of Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations. Wealth of Nations was not a particular hit in Great Britain. It was a hit here. It was immediately recognized by the framers as being the perfect economic theory to combine with their political theory. Ours was the first major Enlightenment revolution. Now, the Enlightenment writers, particularly John Locke, had been around for a long time. But it was here that a revolution was based on Enlightenment principles, particularly that the rights that define us as human beings come from God, not just from the government. That revolutionary idea remains revolutionary today. Just not long ago, you had one of the Virginia senators attacking a witness who restated that he believed in natural rights, that his rights came from God. And this Democratic senator accused him of being basically the same as the Iranian mullahs and attacked this notion of natural rights. But it was the combination of the economic theory of Adam Smith and the Enlightenment principles, particularly of John Locke, that combined to make this extraordinary republic. And in Rage in the Republic, I compare us to the sister revolution that occurred in France. One went on to be the most successful, stable democracy in history, and the other became the terror, a bloodletting of executions and killings. The question is why? How did we find that perfect mix? And part of it was the acknowledgement of the framers that you cannot be entirely free unless you are economically free and independent. That's why they embraced wealth of nations. And so on this 250th anniversary, we look back at who we were then and who we are now. Much of our Constitution is under attack. I call it the rise of the new Jacobins. Law professors and law deans are calling for the trashing of the US Constitution, the amendment of things like the First Amendment. We have the rise of socialism by a generation that never knew the failures of socialism in the 1970s. We are at this inflection point. One would not have imagined after 250 years we would have this crisis of faith, but it's here, and we have to deal with it. In Rage in the Republic, I talk about a French writer who wrote a book in France about these United States, about his experience here. And one line really stuck out for me of his book. He asked, "What then is this American? What then is this American?" Most of the world was fascinated by who we are, who we were, like we were a new species. They couldn't understand how a people could come together at one point in the globe with very little connection to each other, little connection to the land, no stratified class structure or institutions, come together here and create the first major Enlightenment revolution. They couldn't understand how that could happen. That's the true miracle of Philadelphia. And so he asked, what then is this America? And on our 250th anniversary, we have to answer that question. Who were we then? Who are we now? I think we can answer that question. I think that as my book talks about what's coming in this century, which are going to be challenges from robotics to AI that we have never experienced before, we can thrive, not just survive, because we have a Constitution designed for change. That's what's unique about us. We have the most nimble, lasting constitutional structure in the world. We were made for this moment. The only thing that can bring us down is a crisis of faith. Benjamin Franklin was right. It's our republic to keep. I think we can keep it, but we are going to have to remind ourselves and others who we are. These are revolutionary times, but we remain a revolutionary people. Thank you very much.
Hello. I have to say, I think this has been the funnest few months in my life as an American. The celebration, the energy, the excitement is just amazing. And I can't think of a better way to start this week than by talking about the importance and the link between economic freedom and individual freedom. So this is what we're going to be talking about today. I'm delighted to have with me John Steele Gordon and Jonathan Turley. My name is Katie Gorka. I'm with the America First Policy Institute. So let me start with this. I've had the good fortune over the last few months to be traveling around the United States, visiting schools to see how they're doing with the teaching of civics and history. You know, we all talk about the fact that the state of civics in this country is pretty deplorable, but I've been encouraged by a lot of what I've seen. I've seen really beautiful schools being started, civics being taught well in a number of places. But what I consistently heard from students, even if they understand the founding and the political implications, they do not understand the economic. And I heard so many students talking about the need for a higher minimum wage or a need for more government spending. I don't think we have done a good job of drawing that link between economic freedom and political freedom. You kicked us off, Jonathan, with talking about the fact that the Wealth of Nations was published in the same year as the Declaration of Independence. How important was it to the founders that these two ideas were linked?
Well, it was enormously important. I had the temerity this morning of publishing a column in the Wall Street Journal disagreeing with that champion of American history, Gavin Newsom. And Newsom had announced that he was in favor of a billionaire's tax, but then invoked the framers and said they would be in favor of it too. And so my Wall Street column says, okay, that's just absolutely and demonstrably false. In fact, some of the framers were billionaires. People like Robert Morris would have been clearly a billionaire. And what Newsom said was a very common misstatement of our history, both on economics and political history. He said that Madison really wanted a system that avoided the concentration of this type of power. Well, as a Madisonian scholar, I noted that Madison was talking about a concentration of political power, not wealth. In terms of concentration of wealth, the framers believed in a Lockean view of property. And that's where I think that our civics training should start, with John Locke. That is, he was heavily influential. If you look at the Declaration of Independence, it's a Lockean document from beginning to end. And that includes the belief that the right to property is actually based on this natural right. It comes from God, that what you take out of what is left in common, you make your own. That's where we should start. Our kids are generally not educated in Locke and some of the founding principles that really animated things like the Declaration of Independence. I don't know if John has a different view.
Well, I entirely agree. I think in teaching American history, what we often don't do is look at how this country got started. Because while Spain and France and the Portuguese founded their colony by the governments, Britain did not. The colonies in North America, the British colonies in North America, were founded by corporations or by proprietors. And they came here to make a buck. And, now, early days of American plantations, it was a very, very steep learning curve, and the Virginia Company went broke, and the Massachusetts Bay Company didn't do much better. But once they learned how to make a living on this side of the Atlantic, they were off to it. I mean, I'm a New Yorker, and the Dutch came to this country. They didn't come here to build a shining city on a hill. They came here to make a buck. And in fact, they were so dedicated to it, they didn't even get around to building a church for 17 years. And when they finally did, they called it the Church of St. Nicholas, and Santa Claus has been the patron saint of New York ever since. And that just has gone on throughout our history. As when the founding fathers, they all wanted to make money too. I think it was Sophie Tucker who said, "I've been rich and I've been poor. Rich is better." And I think, that's a noble goal, because once you have the money, then you can do all kinds of good things with it. And that's another thing this country has always had, is this idea that if you make an enormous amount of money in this country, you are morally obligated to put a lot of that to eleemosynary uses. And this country is absolutely tessellated with, universities and hospitals and public parks and what have you that were made possible by our billionaires. I mean, New York City, for instance, was a national capital for only about, 13 months or so, and it's never been a state capital, and yet it is the equal of Paris and London in terms of, opera houses and museums and concert halls and what have you, because of, New York's billionaires gave it to the city.
So, Jonathan, you mentioned something really important, which is our young people today don't really understand the failures of communism. They're not being taught the history. you know, I feel like we've got, you know, one organization, Victims of Communism, who's been really fighting to get that recognized and to have it taught, but it really is not a big part of school teaching, and civics has been reduced to, in a lot of places, to sort of the mechanics of government, right? And sometimes I think what we need is that moment, I think it was 1944, when Hayek's The Road to Serfdom was serialized in Reader's Digest. That was a big deal. A lot of people at the time really believed socialism was the better solution, and that was an important step in educating people wide scale that you cannot control the economy without controlling every aspect of people's lives. Do you think we're at a moment like that? We need that kind of education?
Oh, I think that we do. The fact is that many of the people voting for these socialists today are young people, young professionals, and also college graduates. And so this is coming out of higher education, where most departments have been purged of conservatives, Republicans, libertarians. Most departments have not a single conservative anymore. And that's a big change since when I entered into teaching. And the result is they're cranking out people like you see in the administration of Mondami, who are just basically spouting off stuff they found in their Marxist 101 course, you know, at Bryn Mawr. And the question is, how do we respond to that? In my book, Rage of Republic, I talk about Mondami and this growth of socialism and communism around the world. And many of the things that Mondami says is ripped directly out of the pages from campaigns in the 1970s. People like Mitterrand ran on virtually the same statements, the warmth of collectivism, et cetera. And of course, it collapsed in France. The economy was set back decades. Mitterrand had to reverse it and reintroduce free market principles. But these people, they're not exposed to that in higher education. So we have to regain control of higher education to get some diversity of thought that is just not there anymore. I went to University of Chicago when Milton Friedman was still there. Actually, my first meeting with Friedman, I said, you know, I was raised in I'm a sort of a confused individual. I was raised in a liberal household, but I believe in the free market. And Friedman said, well, it's a good thing you came to University of Chicago, where being half right is still a failing grade. But the fact is, there were alternative voices for some of us when we went to college. That's no longer the case.
Do you want to add anything?
Well, I just want to say this is pure John Locke again, was that Madison wrote in the Federalist Papers that men love power. You know, he meant in the 18th century sense of the word of human beings. I mean, Queen Elizabeth I liked power too. And unfortunately, power is highly addictive. Lord Acton wasn't born yet, but the Founding Fathers understood that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And that we've had the 20th century is just full of examples of that. I mean, Joseph Stalin, for instance, Mao Zedong, Hitler, they all killed millions and millions of people because they had all the power. So the Founding Fathers were very careful to divide power among the three branches of the government, but also to keep the government out of economic power, that should be in the hands of the people, and that's where it has been ever since. I think a lot of the problems in teaching is the teachers' unions. You know, the biggest public policy mistake this country made in the 20th century was not prohibition. That was bad enough. We were supposed to get rid of Damon Rum, and we got Al Capone instead. The biggest mistake was allowing public unions, because when the corporation sits down with a union to negotiate a new contract, but basically they're negotiating over how to distribute the profits between management, the stockholders, and labor, because both capital and labor are necessary. And each side knows that if they get it too much, that it'll be bad in the long term for everybody. They do get it wrong sometimes, but welcome to humanity. When a public service union sits down with a school board or whatever, they're not deciding how to split the money that they themselves have created. they're deciding how to spend other people's money. Taxpayers, and as Milton Friedman famously said, that nobody spends somebody else's money as carefully as they spend their own. Also, there's a big problem in a regular labor negotiation between a corporation and unions. Nobody has any influence on who sits on the other side of the table. When an education union sits down with a school board or with, the government on a bigger bay like Chicago, the teachers union has given enormous political contributions to these people, and they expect a return on their investment, and boy, have they gotten it. And so, that's, if I could be dictator for 20 seconds, first thing I would do would be outlaw public unions.
I'd love to make you dictator. So a couple of weeks ago, I sat down with a group of kids in Portland, Oregon, very knowledgeable about the Constitution, working of government, but they started talking about problems that they saw in their own schools. And they said, the solution is we really need more money from the Department of Education. And I tried to make the argument, why do you think a bureaucrat sitting in Washington, D.C. is going to know better what's good for your school than you sitting here? Wouldn't you rather be the one to make the decision with your local tax dollars? So this was a really important idea for our founders, right? They really believed in a self-governing republic. They expected Americans to solve their own problems, come up with solutions, build communities, take responsibility. How important was that expectation to the founders?
It was incredibly important, and we often forget how not only we were viewed, but how we viewed the country 250 years ago. John Locke famously said, in the beginning, all was America. It was a remarkable line, and I think that he was talking as much about this place as he was this undiscovered land. This was a place for new beginnings, where something truly new could happen and did happen. And this is where people could discover their own manifest destiny. My book, in the Raging Republic, I follow the life of Thomas Paine, which a lot of historians have asked me, why Paine? Because he's often set aside as a historical figure. And it's because Paine may be the quintessential American. He was courageous, and he was principled, and he was obnoxious, and he was reckless. And he may have been the most revolutionary of the American Revolution. But Thomas Paine came to this country 2 years before the Declaration of Independence. 2 years. He had failed in everything he had done. He had been fired from every job he held. Every business he created went bankrupt. His marriages were disasters. He ended up standing in front of a man, a heaping, smoking pile of human wreckage. And that one individual saw something in him that no one else saw. And that was Benjamin Franklin. And he paid for Thomas Paine to come to the United States, what would become the United States, and told him to write. And he came here, he added an E to the end of his name, and he reinvented himself. He found out that what he had to offer the world was in his head all along. What he had to offer was being Thomas Paine. We have to teach students that that's what it is to be an American, that you can become anything you want. This is a place of new beginnings, of horizons that you can reach for. That's what's missing, is a sense of optimism. Instead, they're getting all of this agenda that comes out in these programs. And by the way, on the Department of Education, I wrote a column recently. States like Arkansas have set records in terms of scores by taking control of their own schools. And their scores are way up. They did so by allowing vouchers, by having performance contracts. They actually increased pay for teachers, but connected it to performance, and the result has been remarkable. That's what we have to rely on if we want to improve our schools.
John, you've got just a little bit more long-term vision than either of us, and I'm just wondering, do you feel in the course of your lifetime Have you seen a decline in the spirit of self-government?
I think we did for quite some time. I think it's been reversing slowly since Ronald Reagan, you know, the greatest hero of my lifetime. And we're nibbling away at it. That's the way we do things in this country. We don't have dictators who issue decrees. We nibble away at these things that need to be purged from the body politic, and I think we're making progress. I think the very fact that New York City only is a one-party state, and that's how you get people like Mondami, who was, one of my favorite lines from George Orwell is about an idea so stupid that only an intellectual could believe it. And I think most socialists, that's a classic example. It's a religion and it's not to be questioned. And you can give them all the evidence in the world, and they say it just bounces off them, like cannonballs off of fortresses. But it's, eventually the truth will out.
Concretely, do you think there's more that we can be doing to restore this spirit of self-government?
Electing the right people would certainly help. And also, we have one of the big problems in the country is that an awful lot of quote, journalists, end quote, are not journalists. They're propagandists. And half of them don't even realize that they are. But that's, you see this just all the time, reporters acting, they think they're being honest, and when they're being profoundly dishonest, and that's a big problem too.
Jonathan, what more can we do to revive the spirit of self-government?
I think the most critical aspect of this anniversary is it is forcing us to have a renewed debate. In my book, the first half looks back, the second half looks forward. And when I look back, I talk about the tale of two cities, Philadelphia and Paris. And I talk about the battle for Fort Wilson. And it really wasn't a fort, it was the home of James Wilson. He almost died. This was after the revolution, and there were cannon in the street. People were killed. And Philadelphia was falling apart with our revolution. And what I note in the book is that it suddenly stopped. And the only event that occurred between those 2 points was the ratification of the United States Constitution. Even though it wasn't very popular in Philadelphia, it barely passed in Pennsylvania, people realized they had skin in the game, that they had self-determination. And suddenly we went on to become the greatest democracy in the history of the world. And we did that, and this goes to self-government, because we were a republic. The framers did not want an Athenian democracy. Madison famously said that if every citizen of Athens had been a Socrates, they still would have been a mob. And the reason is that they didn't have a structure that could handle the pressures of democratic choice. So they set out not to replicate the Athenian democracy, but create a new thing, the American democracy, the American republic. That's what we have to teach children about, the difference of that. That's what was missing in Paris. Thomas Paine is one of the only two figures, this is why I focus on him, that played a role in both revolutions. He and Lafayette played a role in the French Revolution that came damn near to killing both of them. But he was not a great fan of Madison's auxiliary precautions, as he called it. He didn't like bicameralism. He wanted more direct democracy. And then he watched it unfold as the Jacobins first went after the clergy, after the wealthy, after the aristocracy, and then they went after themselves, and the revolution devoured its own. And he found out, and to his credit, he acknowledged why we are a unique republic. In the book, I actually have a scene where he's in an inn outside of Paris with his 7 last friends. He was associated with the moderate Jacobins, or the Girondins. And one after another, a knock comes and takes them away until Paine is left there alone. And they even came and took the innkeeper. And then the knock came for him. And about an hour before, he had finished a book that he carried with him. The book was The Rights of Man. And he went and he almost was guillotined. But he came out of that understanding what it is that's the true miracle of the American Republic.
Wow. That's an amazing story. If Hamilton and Jefferson were assessing the state of the American economy today, what do you think would be their perspective?
Well, I think one thing for sure, I wrote a book called Hamilton's Blessing, which was a history of the national debt. And the title comes from Hamilton saying that a national debt will be to us a national blessing if it is not excessive. And Congress apparently has forgotten about that not excessive bit. Because when I first wrote the book in 1996, the national debt was $6 trillion. A second edition came out in 2010 and it was 12 trillion. Today it's 37 trillion. And for what? We haven't had a Great Depression. We haven't had a Great War. Basically, we have accumulated $37 trillion in debt so that 535 Americans can get themselves reelected to Congress, and for no other reason. I mean, it is an absolute, utter disgrace. And of course, Congress is a complete failure right now. I mean, I would, if I had the power, I mean, their job is to pass the budget. The last time the budget was passed on time was 1997. They just play games, continuing resolutions and stuff like that. What I would do is if they don't get it all done by October 1st, the beginning of the fiscal year, that they don't get paid, and more important, their staff doesn't get paid. Because suddenly the pressure on Congress to get it done would be overwhelming. But we have to do something because even a country as rich and productive as the United States can't keep piling on debt for no reason whatsoever. It was apparently Lord Keynes who's partly responsible for this, and a misinterpretation of Lord Keynes, who said that the government should spend in deficit when the economy is not doing well in order to effectively prime the pump. But he also said that when the economy is doing well, the government should spend in surplus in order to bring the debt back down. And that's what we always did up until the 1930s. But since the 1930s, we had, the first obligation of the country was to defend the republic. The second obligation was to avoid another Great Depression. And that has now been perverted almost beyond recognition.
You want to add anything?
Well, I wish we had their voices today. We are going to be facing a crisis that is equal to any we have ever faced before. I talk in the book about the combination of robotics and AI. And the fact is, we're looking at, in the book, I take the most conservative estimates on the loss of jobs. And we're going to be facing the largest loss of jobs in history, any way you cut this. I happen to believe in the free market, that after it burns off, after these jobs burn off, the free market will create new jobs. But there's going to be a period where we have a very large, perhaps the largest unemployed population. And the question is, how do we retain this liberty-enhancing economy that was so important to the framers? And I talk about that because I expect Congress, and I say in the book, will most certainly make all the wrong choices. They always have, and they're already being made. I don't know if Elizabeth Warren read the book, but she just came out with one of the things that I predicted in the book they would do, which is to try to tax AI and subsidize failing industries. So we're going to burn billions on repeating the same mistakes we did before. We've never picked winners in the market. More importantly, the United States has never shown that it could prime the pump, that it could materially move this economy. The economy's too big. So we have a horrible history on picking winners, and we've had no success in really directing an economy of this size. So instead, we're going to burn billions until we realize that some jobs aren't coming back. We're going to have fewer taxi drivers, and we're going to have fewer radiologists. That's a fact, Jack, and we're going to have to accept that. The question is, can we come out of this with a more nimble economy? And it will be, unfortunately, despite Congress, not because of it. And I think that these voices would be really useful. Even Thomas Paine, by the way, who believed in what you might call a UBI, I mean, he was one of the first people that talked about that, was a big believer in Adam Smith. And they all believed in the agrarian economy of the day, because to them that was the ultimate liberating economy, because you could literally grow wealth. You would just put things in the ground, and up popped would be wealth and independence. So they loved the concept of agrarian economy. We have to marshal that enthusiasm to let people understand that the free market is about making them independent, because this republic won't work if we have a kept population. If we have a UBI and everyone is just kept citizens, it won't work. So we need to be very careful in how we deal with this. We can't become a country where everyone just learns sort of an arts and crafts citizenry, where the government just teaches us all to blow glass and make pottery, right? It won't work. That's not what a citizen is in our republic. And that's the challenge for us today.
But don't you feel we've already created that problem? I mean, by creating the idea of the social safety net, and especially because some of the programs that were implemented, particularly in the war on poverty in the 1960s, this notion that if people lose their job, they're going to have to be caught. If they lose their housing, we're going to have to provide housing. I mean, it seems to me when you look back, and I imagine you've both seen this, when you look back through our history, it's always often been desperation that really drives people to innovate, to move, to go find a new job, to find a new place. If the jobs are no longer here, let's go over here where the jobs are. I worry that we've created a system where we've locked people into poverty, and you're not going to get that movement. I mean, isn't that sort of what's happening in our cities already right now?
Well, I think that to some extent that is, but remember that it's the Democratic Party. The more people who are dependent upon government, the more people who are certain to be Democratic voters. And they want to create people who are endlessly dependent, and that is, of course, the high road to slavery. And the Democratic Party is also a very sick institution right now, and we'll have to see what happens. But I think the world is changing so fast right now that American politics 25 years from now is going to be a very different thing than it is now, or as today is much different than it was in, say, the 1980s. But it's just, the speed of change is just unbelievable in my lifetime. And I was 42 when I first sat down at a computer. And I remember, actually, I'm old enough to remember the first time I ever saw television. It was good guys in white hats chasing bad guys in black hats across the Southern California desert. And what we can do today, I mean, just, if you had some latter-day Rip Van Winkle, and who went to sleep in 1970 and woke up today, and he would say, well, what's new? Actually, I think the first thing he'd say is, when's lunch? But so you say, well, this is new. And they said, well, what is it? They said, it's a phone. There's a phone? It doesn't look like a phone. Where's the dial? Where are the wires? He said, well, it's a phone, and you don't need wires, and it works on top of Mount Everest as well as it works here. But it's not just a phone. It's an encyclopedia. It's a bird book. It just does almost everything. I mean, my phone even has a metronome on it. Now, I don't play music, but I discovered it on the app thing, and for $1.99, I can have a metronome, so I have a metronome. I've never used it, but, so, I mean, and this is just the beginning. I wish I was, 50 years younger than I am, or lived to be 130. I'll take that as well. But it's going to be very exciting, but it's going to be fraught too.
Well, as we look ahead to the next 250, what do you think is the most important principle from the founding that we cannot lose? And what can we do to keep it alive?
Well, I think the most important thing is to preserve the structure of our republic. Many of the people suggesting packing the court, there's even people against bicameralism. They're talking about some of the same measures that distinguished us from the French Revolution. Those are the very things the Jacobins rejected in our Constitution, and it led to the death of thousands and the destruction of their country. This is an interesting system because it's, when people talk to me, come up after speeches and say, you know what, I love the Constitution, I love reading it, I know they've never read the Constitution, only because no one enjoys reading the Constitution. It's written by a wonk, it's written by Madison, it reads like the tax code. You want to really read a beautiful Constitution, try any of the French constitutions, because they had plenty of experience, they failed so often, but they were beautifully written. Our Constitution is designed to survive, and it has. It's a very practical and frank document. We can't change it. The second thing is we need to remember that those free market principles that came out at our founding with the embrace of the wealth of nations are as critical as our Enlightenment principles. The sense of being economically independent is essential. In this country, we should not fear new technology like AI. We are the leaders in technology. We're a country based on change. In the book, I refer to something, and this will identify how many of you never dated in high school, if you recognize this name, but I ask how many Guinan jobs there are. Now, Guinan was the bartender, played by Whoopi Goldberg, on the Starship Enterprise. And growing up, I was always confused why Guinan, all the Enterprise crew would go to the bar after fighting Romulans and order a cocktail from Guinan, who would be standing in front of a replicator that could make the identical, perfect cocktail every time. Once, twice, a million times, every single time could do the perfect cocktail, and yet they asked Guinan to make it. And I always thought that was odd. Why would you want her to make your cocktail? Well, the fact is, there was something about the cocktail that in the involvement of a human being had value. The question I ask in the book is, how many Guinan jobs are there? Homocentric jobs. Those are going to be the jobs where we're going to see a shift. So AI is going to eat a lot of jobs, but it's going to produce some jobs, and it's going to emphasize other jobs. What happens next, I don't know. But as long as we preserve the system and our commitment to a liberty-enhancing economy, it doesn't matter. We'll thrive, as we always have. This country has always done better in technological revolutions because we are more nimble and we are designed for change.
Okay, final question. So I used to have a professor in graduate school who would love to ask us, if you could sit next to anybody at a dinner party, who would it be and what would you ask them? I'm not asking you that. I want to ask you, if you could sit down at a dinner party next to one of the founding fathers and ask them anything, who would it be and what would you ask them? I'm going to start with you.
Okay, well, I've been asked a variation of that question before. Who of the founding fathers, who would you most like to spend a rainy weekend at the beach with? And I said, well, George Washington would have scared me half to death. Alexander Hamilton would have, worn me out in 15 minutes. John Adams was far too grumpy. I would have detested Thomas Jefferson. But could you possibly have a better rainy weekend at the beach than somebody who stole lightning from the sky and the scepter from tyrants? Benjamin Franklin was, I think, in many ways the wisest of the founding fathers, and boy, is that saying a lot. And so, yes, I would like to sit next to Benjamin Franklin for a lot longer than a dinner party.
But let me ask you this. I mean, knowing where we are today, is there any specific advice you might ask him, or is there anything you might have asked them to do differently?
I'd have to think about that. I can't pop it off the top of my head, but I could spend weeks talking with Benjamin Franklin.
Well, I actually always tell my students, I'm a Madisonian scholar, so I have to say I have questions for Madison, but I always tell my students, if you're going to go out on the town, you got to go with Benjamin Franklin, because the guy was an absolute whoopee cushion, and it would have been the best evening of your life. I think that I would have to ask James Madison just an assortment of questions from, he tried to have a national veto on legislation. He wanted to be able to have Congress have some say in what states are doing. I'd probably ask about that, because we are seeing now with these billionaire taxes being proposed in California, there's no a national billionaires tax being proposed nationally. Interesting enough, as I say in the Wall Street Journal today, you know, Newsom is opposed to a billionaires tax in California because the growth industry right now in California is U-Haul. And so he doesn't want to lose more. Apparently they've lost as much as $2 trillion of just billionaires fleeing the state. So instead what they want to do is create a type of canned hunt by making this national where there's nowhere to go, right? But in the meantime, these states are passing wealth taxes. Washington, Virginia are looking at wealth taxes. These are profoundly dumb ideas. In my view, the federal wealth tax is unconstitutional. But that is one of the reasons why part of the growing mantra now for the midterms is a promise by Democrats to pack the Supreme Court. And I had a debate with a Harvard professor who told a group that, you know, he listed all of the agenda items for revolutionary change. And he said, if we do all these things, the Democrats will never lose power again. But he says the key is we have to first take over the Supreme Court, and the implication being that obviously most of these things are unconstitutional. That's the reason you see this mantra now, that they will pack the Supreme Court with an immediate liberal majority, and they're being very open about reversing then immediate decisions, including some from this week. That's how close we are to seeing a fundamental change in our government. I would love to hear James Madison's view on that, but I have a pretty good idea what he would say. But I agree entirely with John. If you're going to go out on the town, give Benjamin Franklin a call.
Okay, you get one chance to stand in front of a group of 8th graders. What would you say to them? How would you instruct them on their responsibility to keep this alive for another 250 years? What's their role? What do they need to do?
Well, first they have to get educated, and that is a problem nowadays because so much of education is not education, it's indoctrination. And they have to learn the difference between the two. And if they can do that, then they'll be all right, and so will the nation.
You know, I would probably ask them the same question of Krivkura, of what then is this American? Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are as Americans? I'd love to know their answer. But I would tell them that part of being an American is a faith that you can reinvent yourself here. This is a place where anything is possible. You can be anything you want to be. And that's what Thomas Paine showed, an utter failure who came to this country and became something truly great. You know, when he wrote Common Sense, he did it anonymously. And the wife of John Adams wrote him and said, people say you wrote it. And Adams, who was not a fan of Paine later, wrote her back and said, I could not have written that book. But he said, I think I know who did. I met a man named Thomas Paine, and he had genius in his eyes. What was that genius of that man who came to us 2 years before our revolution? It was a faith in yourself. After losing in every part of his life, a failure, he came here not as a young man. He had failed in everything, and he came here because this is a place where new beginnings are possible. I would probably teach them that.
But the challenge is, I think we've given them a very different message. I'm thinking about a conversation, some class presentations I heard from some kids in Maine. So there were 2 kids, high school kids, who both had to work day jobs, heavy, heavy day jobs. One is a janitor in a warehouse and one in a Starbucks. In addition to going to school, he was working 35 hours a week in a Starbucks. And everybody complained that the basic tenor of the conversation was these kids weren't getting paid enough. They were getting paid minimum wage. And I'm sitting there screaming inside my head, the lesson here is go to college or learn a trade so you don't have to work in a Starbucks. But the whole conversation in the class was, we need to raise minimum wage. How do we disabuse our kids of that? Again, I'm going to come back to what we started with. How do we do a better job of drawing the link between economic freedom and political freedom?
Well, one thing we need to do is we need start teaching economics again, as though what you get now is you get, Keynesian economics, as opposed to the minor economics of, for instance, I bought Paul Samuelson, a economics professor at, I think it was MIT. He wrote a book, an introductory textbook to economics in 1946. It went through God knows how many editions. It was translated into 40-odd languages and what have you. It's about this thick. And I saw it in a used bookstore one day, and just out of curiosity, I looked into the voluminous index, and I looked up money. He never mentions money. It's not in the index. And you could stand on the corner of 42nd Street and Fifth Avenue in New York asking people, what is money? And you wouldn't get a correct answer in an hour. Most people just pull out dollar bills and say this stuff. Well, what makes this stuff money? And the answer to that, of course, is the universal acceptance of money. Money is one of the greatest inventions in human history because it speeded up economic activity so much. But the basis of economics is a transaction and an exchange of commodities between two parties. And here's the important bit: to the advantage of both parties. Nobody is going to trade a $5 bill or a $10 bill in order to buy a $5 bill. People sell what they have because what they buy with it they prefer more. I'm a writer. I write a story. However brilliant the story may be, it makes a very poor supper. So I have to sell the story to somebody, a magazine, who will then pay me money, and then I go down to the grocery store and get my supper. I prefer the money to the story, and they prefer the story to the money because magazines have to have stories in them or people won't buy the magazine. And that's the fundamental part of economics, and you never learn that in Economics 101 in college. It's if imagine teaching students Latin by starting off with Ovid's The Art of Love instead of starting off with amo, amas, amat. And that's what they do. They never tell you the fundamentals of economics, and it's don't get me started on that.
It is a problem, obviously. You look at raising minimum wages in California that have actually reduced the workforce. And so it's this absolutely astonishing pitch that has thrilled many voters without realizing that they've actually reduced jobs and because of these massive increases in minimum wage. And it shows, as I think John points out, a lack of understanding of economics. The most important thing about Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations, in my view, is that he did not view his book as an economics book. He viewed it as a book on political economics. He believed that this was a political economic theory. For him, the idea of being financially independent was key to being fully human, to being able to realize all the other rights that you have. That's what we have to instill in young people, to get them to understand that the free market is about freedom, ultimately, their freedom, so that they are not dependent on anyone, most particularly the government. That's what we've lost, and frankly, the Mandamis are winning this debate. They're winning the debate in the most illogical ways by pushing state-owned stores, which have failed throughout history. He's going to spend $50 million on one grocery store in an industry that has less than a 2% margin of profit. It's absolutely crazy. But he has shown that it resonates, and it's what I call economic factualism. You're seeing this class war language that is being played up in many of these races, including the one in Colorado. There has to be an answer to it. We have to be bold. We have to get people to understand that a free market is about their freedom. And the people who are trying to restrict it are trying to convince them with the politics of dependency. And that's the message that we have to get out.
Perfect note to end on. Thank you so much, both of you.
Thank you very much.
here. It's a wonderful thing. You sit here. I guess I'll sit here. Is this right?
Yeah, you got your Diet Coke there.
Here's my Diet Coke. Whoa. Okay. So let me just say welcome to everybody. I know you've been welcomed before. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. I'm Larry Kudlow, and I have too many jobs, but this is a labor of love. And we're going to talk about the current situation, but also in the spirit of 250 years and July 4th, Saturday. So we will hopefully get some ideas about the next couple of 100 years and why America will remain the greatest country in the history of history, if I might say so myself. Meanwhile, Kevin Hassett, whom you all know, I think, he was the CA chair when I was running the NEC. He's about the smartest guy I know. I know there's a lot of smart people here. I know there's a lot of smart people behind us, but he's really smart. I mean, he's an economic scientist, and he's also a dear friend and his bride. Kevin, let's start with the now. So it just looks to me like all these numbers coming in, particularly on the business side, which is what supplies consumers with income and so forth. It just looks very strong. That's what, and I was reading the stock market in the first half of the year has set all kinds of records. Big cap stocks, small cap stocks, which is a great leading indicator. When I grew up on Wall Street, we used to say the stock market was a predictor of the future economy. And so if stocks are booming, the economy is going to boom. I know the boss looks at the stock market carefully. Am I wrong? I mean, the business story looks just so good.
Yeah, I think that the business story and the worker story are equally good. And the interaction between the two is something that you and I have been writing about for about 30 years.
Yes.
In fact, I think you used to speak to the founding fathers about it, right?
I used to sell your research before we were actually a team. Kevin's a guy, just to interrupt 1 second, because I love this guy. Kevin did research when he was at AI for years that if you lowered the corporate tax, the biggest beneficiary would be the workers, the workforce, and that they would benefit from higher wages, and that people laughed at that, ridiculed that, almost the whole profession. I got wind of it. I was working on CNBC, hosting on CNBC in those days, and sold it. I just sold it everywhere I could.
And by the way, that started a literature. The first paper was peer-reviewed and published in a top economics journal, and there are 7 or 8 other papers that have now been published in top journals that have, extended the result, and it's now accepted.
They're coming around.
People have come around on that. But the thing I can say is that that what we did is we, and President Trump talked to you and me about this in the campaign, that we first wanted to make things permanent so that you'd have clarity about the stuff that we put in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, because the uncertainty over whether stuff is going to go away or not could really affect people's long-run plans. But the president also dared us, and I know you were part of the team, Larry, to not just think about traditional supply-side things like the capital gains rate or expensing, but what supply-side things can we do for workers? And one of the things that we found was that the best workers, hourly workers in the country, are in really, really excess demand, and they get topped out after a few hours of overtime because the high tax that they have on that. And so by having no tax on overtime, then we've created basically a supply-side shock for hourly workers. And really the workers the employers want the most are the ones who are getting the overtime. And so we expected that was going to have a big positive effect on the labor supply of our most productive workers. And another thing we did is no tax on tips, which again, like, so you know how big the hospitality sector is in the U.S. And if you look at how happy all the World Cup visitors are in the U.S., part of it is because America has the best tip.
Right.
We have the best tip workers in the
Europeans
world,
don't tip.
and they don't tip over there. And now they're over here, and they're seeing what really great hospitality looks like. And so I think the Big Beautiful Bill, we're on the 1-year anniversary of it, and I think the Big Beautiful Bill has worked exactly as we thought. And the thing that has, I think, worked the best, which was really the president's idea, was to have factories, so structures, for the first time ever in tax code history, then businesses can expense a structure. You could always expense equipment, but structures you had to write off over 37 and a half years, I think it is. Yeah. And for 4 years, the 4 years when he's in office, he said that if you build a factory, you could expense it in the year that you spend the money on the factory. And the president stated in a speech a couple of days ago, we were there, that based on accounts that we have, that the factory construction in the U.S. right now is the highest on record.
Booming.
It's booming because everybody's building factories while they can expense it.
And he loves factories. He loves factories.
Indeed. And so, yeah, there's a capital spending boom. You see it in the orders and shipments, the durable goods, orders and shipments of non-defense capital goods. But you see it also in the construction of factories. And the thing about the construction of factories that's so interesting in terms of what the outlook looks like is that the factories are right now, basically, the people inside them are construction workers. But by the fall, they're going to be machinists, engineers, everything else. And so it's an incredibly bullish sign for the second half of the year to have the most factory construction in U.S. history.
You know, I'm looking at the non-defense capital goods, ex-aircraft. Last 3 months, orders up 20.3% at an annual rate. Actual shipments up 8.7%.
I want to cut you off on this because, first of all, I know we're all so saddened to see that our dear friend Alan Greenspan passed away. I was fortunate enough to work with Alan Greenspan when I was really a kid as senior economist at the Federal Reserve. And one of his favorite things to look at was durable goods, non-defense capital goods. But his sign of a really big boom coming that he had us look for all the time was when orders are above shipments.
Right.
Because that means that, because it's shipments that go into GDP, not orders. And if orders are way above shipments, then that means GDP is going to grow a lot.
And
because,
they are.
as the shipments catch up to the orders. And so you
And they are.
Right. And so
lot.
orders are above shipments about as much as I've ever seen.
Even year to year, 12-month change, orders 10.5%, shipments 7.6%. By the way, he taught me a lot too. He was a great man.
He was a
Going
great
back
man.
into Reagan's first term when I was a child.
You know, he
Railroad car loadings.
and the weight of GDP.
And
He really
yeah.
cared about the weight of GDP. It was a really interesting thing to have to try to calculate.
So anyway, this economic story is working. You're
working.
satisfied with the economic story.
I mean, obviously, you could always do better. I think that that the supply side stuff is working really well. We've got productivity growth at about 2.5% right now. And the way to think about that is that if we don't have capital stock growth and we don't have increased labor supply, then we get 2.5% growth from productivity. And so the upside potential for the second half of the year is really enormous. I know GDP now is hovering around 3%, but that I think is a base that we're going to go up for. So.
How about on the price side, on the inflation side?
Well, I agree with our old friend Kevin Warsh that when you have a productivity boom, then you have growth that doesn't ignite sort of Phillips curve-like concerns that the growth is going to cause inflation. I worry a little bit that there are sort of still Keynesians about in this town who think that the Phillips curve is the way to think about what monetary policy should be. I'm hopeful that people just keep an eye on the data and do independently what the
Too
Fed
much
should
growth,
do.
Kevin.
But
Too
the
many
idea
people work-
the
too
idea
many
that
people
growth
working.
is going to give you inflation, it's basically not economically valid because it depends on whether the growth is coming from supply shocks or demand shocks.
I've got, I'll say, prominent Wall Street banks and their economics department now talking about a strong economy will raise inflation and drive interest rates higher, and even forcing the Fed to raise interest rates. That is not an uncommon scenario. I'm not going to say everybody believes that. I don't follow it that much, but in terms of headlines, Bank of America is one of them. So, first of all, why they're going to be wrong, and second of all, what will it take to bury the Phillips curve finally and persuade people of supply-side growth, but also, more people working has never. Inflation is a monetary phenomenon, and Kevin Warsh laid that out very well in his press conference the other day. I don't know why people can't understand that.
Right. Well, the original Phillips paper was really quite brilliant, very interesting. He was an Australian economist, and it was really quite visible in the data that there was a relationship between unemployment and inflation. And
I thought wages. Not so much aggregate like CPI. I thought his earliest work was, okay, unemployment goes down, wages go up. So it's a cost push.
And then there was also an inflation chart that was very popular. Maybe that wasn't in the original paper, but then like a follow-on. But the issue is that relationship can still hold if the circumstances are that we've got an aggregate demand-driven growth. And so imagine if, say, hypothetically, President Biden were to helicopter drop thousands of dollars onto people's heads, and then they went out and spend it, that aggregate demand would go up a lot, and you would have inflation. And so the growth and inflation correlation would be sort of...
From excess money.
But from excess money, but also, so the Fed could have neutralized the stimulus and controlled inflation, but they didn't. But if that's not where the growth is coming from, if it's coming from a productivity boom because everybody's using AI, then it's not a helicopter drop at all, and it doesn't have to cause inflation. And so, if you were to, you should do this on your show because you love charts on your show. But get somebody to just take like the original Phillips curve chart and plot it with today's data, and you'll see that it's just it looks like somebody shot a piece of paper with a shotgun.
I'm making a note.
It really, it's just not. So you have to really have a better theory than just simple, bivariate correlation.
Affordability, whatever that means, I guess prices higher than wages, but I don't think that's statistically the case. But how are you responding to the affordability issue?
Right. Well, this is a sort of focus, of course, as you know, NEC a lot is to manage responses to challenges like this, and there are microeconomic things that we're doing all over the place, and then there are sort of macroeconomic steps that we're taking. But at the microeconomic level, we really have gone into things when we see price problems that are due to some kind of external shock, then we scramble all of our troops to fix the problem. And I regret using the word scramble because the obvious first example of that was eggs. But there was an avian flu crisis and egg prices were really high. And it was because the avian flu had been very much mismanaged. And now the Justice Department has found perhaps some price fixing behavior. We'll see how that goes. But egg prices are way down because we put a lot of focus.
Didn't I just read? Today there was a story.
There was a story about potentially
millions of eggs are coming on the market.
Oh, it's just eggs are really, really cheap right
Brooke Rollins is going to be here.
Brooke is amazing.
She is amazing, but she's going to talk. the egg lady. Secretary of Agriculture is the egg lady.
But then the other thing that's going on, right? Like so that you could go thing by thing, but because we're deregulating left and right, then we're reducing the cost of things. And at the macroeconomic level, again, since we're pushing supply-side policies, both for workers and for firms, then that puts downward pressure on prices as well. And so, we made a huge amount of progress, and that progress is going to continue. If you look at before the conflict, core inflation was just hovered around 0.2, which is just about the target.
So I look at the numbers, average hourly earnings, but you have to add in hours worked. You're talking about hourly work. When you put the two together, you can do it on the back of the envelope. Tomorrow the numbers will come out and you'll get a wage income proxy. But over the past year or so, even with the bump up, aren't wages rising faster than prices in total? Or is that incorrect?
No, it's correct over the medium term, and in like the very high frequency data. Then there have been a couple of months, if you use top line inflation, where the top line inflation was inflated by the temporary surge in energy prices.
Do you think we'll see negative prints of the CPI because oil and gasoline prices coming down?
For the top line, that's actually pretty likely. If you look at how much oil prices have dropped, gasoline prices usually follow that relatively quickly, like within a month or two. And peak spot price of oil was running close to 150 a barrel, and today it's in the 60s. And so that's a 50% drop-ish, a little bigger. And so that's what you should see for gasoline prices as we head into the fall.
Right. So the president is always impatient about gasoline prices. I've seen this movie before. So he's prodding the oil companies. Trouble is, they don't really set gasoline prices. Your local gas station sets gasoline prices.
And they vary a lot across the country because of really strange regulations. And so, for example, one of the things that I keep an eye on is the gasoline price excluding California.
Right. So I was going to ask.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that it just
What would that be, more or less?
I asked people to give me the latest, and so I'm not going to say a number. We've got some cameras here, and then be wrong. But I'll let you tell everybody on your show. How about that? I'll email you what the latest is.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, because you probably should throw in the whole West Coast, but they have all these crazy environmental and climate regulations and high taxes, and so it really isn't representative.
And no pipelines.
And no pipelines. And of course, California, just off the shore, has a phenomenal oil and gas reservoir.
Right, and that's an example of what we're doing to lower prices is we've opened up those wells again. Have you seen this? The offshore stuff.
Yes. I've tried to follow it.
Yeah.
So let's look ahead a little bit in our remaining time. Is there any new policies coming down the road that you might want to talk about? I mean, the NEC, National Economic Council, covers a wide swath of policies, very important. And we had the One Big Beautiful Bill, and you believe it's working. I happen to agree fully it's working, and so forth. How about any new initiatives coming?
I don't want to get in front of the president on this, but I can tell you
Give us a hint.
We're working as hard as we ever have since we started, and we'll have lots of interesting, fun, imaginative new policies to announce as we get past the August break. Right now we're working on the things we're trying to do with the Senate, and we still have some ground to make up on the bills that the president's been pushing.
Do you think there's a reconciliation 3.0 in the cards?
I think it's if not in the cards, it's on the table.
It's on the yes. I heard just a few moments ago when I got here, Speaker Mike Johnson is looking very hard at it.
We had dinner in the Rose Garden with Mike and the president last night.
Oh, good.
There were a lot of interesting conversations.
Huh? Can we get more tax cuts if there's a 3.0?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we can.
You all must be watching that Kudlow show at 4 p.m. because I've been pushing that, so you can see the popularity.
Yeah, and I can say that you could think that when you look at, and you were so good at this when you ran the National Economic Council, you had all these amazing people in every quarter of the economy that worked for you, and then they would say, well, I'm seeing a bottleneck here,
Right.
or I'm seeing a bottleneck there, and then we focus all of our effort on fixing the bottleneck. And so, as an example, one of the things that we're seeing is that the space economy is growing really, really fast.
Oh.
We basically are constrained a little bit with launch pads.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm not breaking a lot of news here, but we've really got to do a better job of getting more launch pads out there, because there are people besides SpaceX. There are all these startups that actually have rockets, want to get stuff into space, and there's such a demand for that it's an example of the kind of thing that we're working on. So
I have a very dear friend who will be part of these meetings that we're having, he and his wife are empty nesters, and they own a large house, but the kids are gone. They don't need the large house. Mm-hmm. But if they sell the large house, they have to pay for all the inflation that's coming down, particularly the Biden years, but not only the Biden years, and might have to have a $500,000 capital gains tax bill, which they don't want to have, or either can't or don't want to. So once again, and I just put this out there, people should really consider, if you're going to go tax reform, to index the capital gains tax.
Correct.
I mean, I think it's the most.
Yeah, I get an email from Grover Norquist almost every day.
Every day. Well,
Yeah.
Grover is fabulous. I love him. And, we've campaigned and crusaded for this for years. And I think, some people think it could be done through an executive order and so forth. Treasury lawyers don't. It needs legislation, and it should be done retroactively. And I think it would really loosen up the housing market. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think it's one of the biggest bottlenecks in the housing market.
The lock-in effect.
Yes, the lock-in effect.
The lock-in effect is really big on all capital gains, but especially right now, it's causing an enormous amount of harm to new families,
right.
Because everybody's locked into their house, and there's not enough housing stock on the market because of the lock-in effect. And you're exactly right that reducing the lock-in effect somehow is a very, very important policy
And you'll
priority.
make money on it. I mean, every time we lower the cap gains tax, revenues go up. Steve Moore's here and Art Laffer. We've talked about this for years and years and years. The other thing, Kevin, to consider, small businesses could use it, family farms could use it, ranchers could use it, all that stuff. You'd be loosening up, and then you'd really put more, I think, oxygen into the arteries of the economy. You'd really perk things up, and it would particularly help housing, but all these other sectors too.
Yeah, and speaking about this, the one other thing we haven't talked about, but we've got a few minutes left, is AI. I mean, we talked a little bit about productivity, but we have access to data as you did. We get firms to sort of talk to us about what they're seeing, not always in publicly available data. But my summary of what I've seen from a number of different companies is that over the last year, the firms that have been really aggressive about going from not having AI help them run their business, manage their inventories, and so on, to doing so, have seen their revenues go up by about 100%. And their employment has gone way up too. The firms that haven't done that have been employment has gone up too. Yeah, that's right. And the firms that haven't engaged in big investments in AI have been relatively flat, and their employment's been relatively flat. And so the AI thing is really, I would say that there's probably 20% of businesses have taken like the big leap to make sure they're using AI to maximize their productivity. And so there's a huge amount of diffusion. You know, we're kind of like at 1995 in the computer diffusion curve ahead. And so looking ahead to the medium-term growth path, it's really, really going to look like it did. Remember the 90s, we had 5% growth years and things like that? Yeah. That happened because there's like an S curve for the adoption of new technologies, and we're still kind of at the bottom of the S.
So I don't, I follow it. I don't pretend to understand all the ins and outs of AI. But I had, last week or the week before, David Sachs came on the show for a while. He's a brilliant guy.
My good friend from the White House.
He was in the White House, and he's still a key advisor. And I just said, so okay, David, you have all these people out there, negative doomsayers, Malthusians, Luddites. AI is going to destroy jobs. Mm-hmm. And they said the same thing about the information revolution you just described in the 90s.
The automobile was going to
That's right.
destroy jobs.
The buggy whip makers went out of business, all 7 of them. And how is it possible? Every time we have a leap in technology, I mean, this is part of the American genius, okay? We invent stuff, and it's a leap in technology, right? And then it gets adopted by all the business, so you're describing that. Mm-hmm. It's created millions and millions of jobs. How is it that all these people, I mean, I read stuff almost every morning, Axios, okay, which is an interesting publication. I'm not here to trash Axios, but they're so pessimistic about it, and they bring in so-called experts. I don't understand it. Why are people so down on it? Every time, listen, these are gales of creative destruction. The new replaces the old. Joseph Schumpeter would love this. I commune with him occasionally, and he tells me.
And you knew the original Luddites as well, with
I said to him,
protesting the steam engine.
I said, Herr Schumpeter, they're at it again. Here the Luddites come. It's not going to be. So why is it? And by the way, Sachs noted. So AI, the past year, has taken off to a large extent. Have jobs gone up or down? Up. So what is it about people?
I think that change is sometimes
they don't like
unsettling. And as innovation occurs, then sometimes professions change. They either improve or someone has to reskill. But I can remember, like it used to be, if you went into any Wall Street firm, that they had huge rooms filled with typists.
Yes.
I'm just saying. And so I'm not saying that I think that kind of radical change is necessarily going to come with this technology. But right now what we're seeing is that the firms that are using it are prospering and their workers are prospering.
Exactly. So when I worked for Reagan, and I was in Reagan's first term in the OMB, and we were using electric typewriters. And then there were some word processors. So, okay, what's happened in the last 40 years? I mean, just take a look at the charts. Growth, jobs, wage, everything, income. I mean, this is part of the American miracle. We're here to celebrate the 250th anniversary of this country. I'm going to say, Kevin, because of, and this is a theme for today, because of the freedom that we have in this country and the free enterprise that we have in this country, okay, a few ankle-biting socialists notwithstanding, free enterprise, we have produced all of the great technological advances. We have outstripped everybody in Europe and Asia. They imitate us or they try to. This is the American genius, and you know the old story, you can fail 5 times and then the 6th time you hit it big. But this is what makes us great.
It is what makes us great, and I will finish because I see that we're kind of running out of time.
I know.
But one
of
the jobs
I'm running this.
One of the jobs that Larry did so well that we've inherited is at NEC that we are the Sherpas for the G7 and the G20 meetings.
Yes, got it.
And so we just finished the meeting in France.
Yes.
The president and I flew over in Air Force
One. And it was beautiful.
But the thing is,
and it was like a museum.
You should read. You should read the statements.
Wow.
Like I would never say this about a previous G7 or G20 meeting, but you should read the statements because basically what happened is the G7 countries have statement after statement that basically they could put a hat on. Trump was right about everything.
Really?
Yes. Yes.
I haven't
and
seen
so
these
that
statements.
they're concerned about
I was the
illegal
drafter.
immigration. That's right. you
Oh, my
drafted.
God.
Yeah.
Arguing with Merkel on that.
But I think that the success of the U.S., which, again, like the celebration of
Everybody understands what's at stake right now.
fun it is to be in America. Also,
The difference between success and failure will be measured in months, not years.
country, and then they want to copy.
OTC.
TC is go.
STC.
STC is go. Verifying no constraints and go for launch.
We will explore the frontiers of space and
to preserve our planet and what I call the free enterprise system, capitalism, free markets, the rule of law, individual initiative and incentive, the things that have served us so well over the past 250 years, going all the way back to Alexander Hamilton and so forth. If we preserve those freedoms, we will do fabulously well. The future is ours, fabulously well.
Well said.
Kevin Hassett. I
Larry
love this
Kudlow,
guy.
thank you,
I
guys.
love this guy. We're the best. We're the best.
While we bring two more chairs on stage, Larry is going to stay with us, and also joining us are Art Laffer and Steve Moore.
But the pillow will come. Oh, there you go. Wow, there's my pillow. Ah, thank you very much. All right, so more or less seamlessly, we're moving into our fabulous panel. You know Mike Faulkner. Have you spoken yet this morning?
No.
All right, Mike Faulkner, who was the top Treasury economist in the president's first term and was the deputy Treasury Secretary in the second term for the first year, instrumental, I might add, in the tax cut portion of the legislation, One Big Beautiful Bill. And he is the economic guru at the America First Policy Institute. What is your title? You kind of run everything.
Along with you, I am the co-chair of the Center for American Prosperity.
All right, I'm glad to know that. I'm very glad to know that. I feel that's terrific stuff. Anyway, he's invaluable, and he's gotten to be a television star also, and a radio star, by the way. I know my show's July 4th, it's gonna be hard to get a guest for radio. Art Laffer, one of my dearest, oldest friends, probably the most, or one of the two or three most prominent, important economists in the whole 20th century and spanning the 21st century. He is recipient of the Presidential Medal of Freedom Award. I was in the room when he got it. Probably, I can think of no one more deserving than Art Laffer. He should have won a Nobel Prize, but they're all a bunch of lefties over there. Two more things. Of course, he is the inventor of the Laffer curve, which shows that reducing tax rates will raise tax revenues and promote economic growth, whereas raising tax rates will lower revenues because of tax avoidance and poor economies. And I will just say personally, Art Laffer was instrumental in what I will call the second half of my personal life. There is no one who helped me more when I was down than Art Laffer, who brought me back into the world and back into business. And I am forever grateful for that, okay? I just want to say that. And I'll embarrass myself one more time with Art here, and Steve Moore, who is my brother. I'm going to get to him in a minute. Today, July 1st, happens to be the 31st anniversary of my own personal sobriety. Now, Steve Moore, also a brilliant economist, Steve Moore and I, together, sometimes with Art, sometimes without, we have created more good political mischief than any two people I know. I just want to say that. And he is indefatigable in all of his work for think tanks and political operations. He is a brilliant writer. He is a superb economist, a dedicated free market supply-sider, a very dear friend. I was the best man at his wedding. And it's just wonderful to have him here. So we're merging AFPI, at least for the moment, with the Committee to Unleash
Can I mention one quick thing, Larry?
Prosperity.
Thank you for those kind words, but this is important. So it was January of 2016 or thereabout when you and I got a call from a guy named Corey Lewandowski, who was then running the Trump campaign. And remember, we went to see a guy named Donald J. Trump at Trump Tower.
In his office, yeah.
66th floor, wherever it was. And you had met Trump before. I had never met him before. Had you previously?
I knew him.
You knew him.
I knew him socially. And I had interviewed him once or twice on the old CNBC show.
Well, just to finish the story, so, I didn't know what to expect. Quite frankly, I didn't really like Donald Trump very much until I actually met him. And we came in with it. You had your pad of paper, and we said, here's a tax bill. And then, of course, Arthur, you met with him shortly before or after that. But, was cut the corporate tax rate, the expensing, da-da-da. And that pad should be in the Smithsonian Institute because that was the start of the Trump tax cut. So congratulations, Larry. And Arthur, you had an amazing impact on that.
This was more Kudlow Moore mischief, going in to see the big guy. And talking about cutting corporate taxes, which people had not really talked much about, but from the work of Arthur and Kevin Hassett, we talked about a few moments ago. Anyway, Steve Moore is my brother. This is a very distinguished panel, and I don't even want to get in the way of it. But I do, Arthur, I want you to begin. Your experience down through the years. Actually, we had the same job at the Office of Management and Budget 10 years apart. Arthur, talk about the future for a moment. I mean, we'll talk about the current situation too, but talk about the future. People talk about the next 250 years. I mean, I would even settle 5 to 10 years. What kind of policies, economic policies, are necessary to promote prosperity and economic growth and job creation and so forth in the future, whether it's 200 years or whether it's 10 years? What would you advocate?
Can I first say thank you? Can I first say thank you very much for the introduction, my introduction? I mean, was that not lovely? I just wish my mom and dad were still alive. No, my dad would have been so proud, and my mom would have actually believed him. Thank you, Larry. I've got one thing I'd like to show on this panel, if I may, and that's what I think is the key to the future. We had a period there from 1913 to, let's say, 1980, where tax rates, the highest marginal income tax rates, bopped around but got to be very, very high. In 1944, the highest marginal income tax rate in the U.S. was 94%. Then it got down to 28%. It's back up a little bit from there, but we've had huge variations in the top tax rate. My view is that the next 10, 15, 20, 50 years will be still on taxes, but they try to shift the tax around. I had the pleasure of debating Emmanuel Saez, who's a very nice guy in Berkeley, all on taxes, wealth taxes, bad things all the way across the board. And what I got is if I could show just that one chart, Larry.
Yeah.
And this is it. I think we've got it. Can you show that? Put the chart up. If you can put it up, I don't know where it would be showing.
It's not that one.
Nope. Keep going.
That one will show later.
There it is. Yeah. Now the one just before that. Just before that one, there's one. That's the one. This is, now we have every single tax return that has ever been filed in the U.S. from 1913 to the present. This isn't sampling. This isn't anything else. This is exactly what happens. The top line, the blue line there, is the highest marginal income tax rate. You can see it went from 7% in 1913 up to 77% in 1919. Then it went down all the way down to 25%, 24% during the roaring 20s. Then it went right back up there to 63% to 70. It's gone bopping around there. And then what I have on the red line, that is the top tax rate applicable to the top 1% income earners, okay? The line below it, the red line, is average real tax revenues collected from the top 1% of income earners. These are the facts. You know, I could give a damn what your opinion is. I don't care what your opinion is. You know, this is not about opinions. This is not about feelings. This is about facts. Here we have the chart. Every single time we've raised the top tax rate on income earners on the top 1%, every time we've raised it, three things have happened. Number one, the economy has underperformed. Number two, which you can see right here, tax revenues from the rich have gone down, not up. And number three, every time we've raised the top tax rate on income earners, the poor have been hammered. And I mean hammered. They did not do well during the Great Depression, just for the record. They did not do well during World War II, every time. Now, what I'd like you to do in the next chart, which will really blow your socks off, is people don't work to pay taxes. People work to get what they can after tax. It's the incentive effect of taxes that matters, not the tax rate. So if I'm in the 99% tax rate, out of every dollar I earn, I'm allowed to keep 1 cent. All right, if you cut that from 99% to 98%, every dollar I earn, I get to keep 2 cents. My incentives double for a very small cut in tax rates. So what I did was I did this exact same plot with these exact same numbers, only here I'm using the incentive rate, which is 1 minus the tax rate. If you could show me, this is the chart here with the incentive rate. Look at that relationship. And never forget this. This is the dominant feature of facts for the next 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20 years. If you raise tax rates on the rich, you will hurt the economy, you will get less tax revenues, and you will destroy the poor. If you look at this, it is just a classic record. This is the way the world really works, everybody. And if you know one fact, this is the fact. Don't go after those rich ones. They know how to shelter their income. They know how to move their locations. They know how to hire lawyers, accountants. Bang, it's the facts.
Why aren't we, we talked about tax legislation, maybe in Reconciliation 3.0, and Kevin Haslett was open to this, indexing the capital gains tax.
Good.
But my question to you is, we really, in the Republican Party, frankly, have not focused on the top tax rate. We've left it be. No, it's just 37%, right? We stopped it from going up.
That's federal, and not including the Obama payroll tax. But
right. So there's a 3.8% surcharge.
Right.
All right. Yeah. So let's call it round up. Let's call it 40%.
Yep.
Okay. Reagan left it at 28%.
Yes.
From the '86
yes,
bill. And correct me if I'm wrong. Small businesses pay the top tax rate, right? My LLC, I pay the top tax.
Yes, you do.
Or whatever you pay the income tax.
Yes, you do.
It's a little lower because of the 199A deduction that we did in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
That's the 20%.
That's the 20% pass through.
All right. So we should focus, Steve. You know, I go to Steve because he's a political guru. Steve, we should focus more. I think indexing cap gains, but we should focus the conversation on the top tax rate that Arthur has outlined. And also, I kind of like that because the left wants to always raise it, you know, and in California, in Seattle, in Washington, they're trying to, which is, you know, confiscate the wealth. So why is that? We really haven't done anything on that.
So I wish I had brought this chart because it's very similar to the two charts you've just shown, Arthur. We started, going back to what was the 78 capital gains. Get this.
Yeah, with the 78 capital gains, Steiger-Hansen.
Steiger-Hansen. So you go back to 78 through today. Every single time we have cut the capital gains tax rate, there's been about 5 or 6 times over that 40, 50-year period, the revenues have shot up.
Got up, yeah.
So
Yeah.
Trump gets this, by the way.
Yeah.
We've seen the most massive appreciation of asset values in the history of the world in the United States, in large part because of Trump's policies in his first term and his second term. So when I saw him, I said, look, why don't you do a 15% capital gains tax? Let people sell their home or their stock or their asset, because there's something, that one of the evil things about the capital gains tax is it does truly create a lock-in effect, right? So in other words, in a capital market, you want capital to be fluid, to move to its highest value.
This is what Kevin Hess and I were talking about. I
Yes.
mean, this is alive. We need to push it right now.
So just to punctuate the point, we believe if Trump were to say, hey, even if it was just temporary, 2 or 3 years, the federal treasury would raise $150 to $200 billion of additional tax revenue.
And Larry, I think the thing to understand is you guys were talking about, it's not just business investment. The lock-in in housing is extraordinary right now because not only do we not index capital gains for inflation, we don't index the home equity exemption for inflation. So right now, you know, the left loves to go against the rich. I'm sorry, how many people in this room think that accumulated equity growth in a house of $250,000 makes you a multimillionaire, makes you rich? I mean, there could not be anything that is more targeted at the middle class than to say, if you've gotten to a point in your life where your kids have moved on and it is time to move, to downsize, to move into the empty nest home, if you stay, you pay no taxes on your accumulated capital gain, but if you leave, because of inflation, we're gonna hit you with a massive tax bill. You wonder why there's no housing supply.
And you wonder why the housing bill that is passed, the president hasn't signed it yet, but I think he probably will. It really is not a very good bill because it doesn't have these tax adjustments, which is really at the heart of the thing. We talked about it with Kevin Hassett, who is on board, you know, with this thinking.
You could solve the housing shortage crisis in a big way by allowing older people like this guy right here.
Yeah, empty
and
nesters.
letting him sell his house, take the gain, and move and play golf to Florida or something, and then that frees up housing. So that would be better than the entire housing bill.
I know.
Just doing that.
And there's another one that locks you in too. You have the step-up basis at death,
right.
which means you don't have to pay capital gains taxes ever.
Yeah.
And you know, Larry, I love your idea here, and I totally agree, and vote for the bill. But what I'd like our party to do, and I'd like our economics to do, is focus on the dream, the North Star. We want a low-rate, broad-based flat tax. Literally a low-rate, broad-based flat tax with no exemptions, no exclusions, no omissions, no credits, no write-offs, nothing, and of the lowest possible rate to provide the least incentive for people to evade, avoid, or otherwise not report taxable income, and that should be the dream. If you remember, you were with me when we did Jerry Brown's flat tax in California.
I almost supported him because he had a flat tax.
Jerry Brown ran against Billy Clinton in the primary in '92 on a flat tax, getting rid of all federal taxes and having 2 flat taxes of 13% on value-added and personal income, and that's it with no deductions, no exemptions, no exclusions. He went from 8th in the race in the Democratic primary to 2nd in the race. We had that blue-eyed fella from Hope, Arkansas, the lip sucker. Remember him doing that? We had that fella on the ropes. We had just won Connecticut, the primary in Connecticut. We just won the primary in Oregon. We were coming into New York and California, and we were going to win the nomination when Jerry announced his vice presidency as Jesse Jackson, which just... But we got the 2nd largest number of delegates with a true flat tax on all taxes, a true flat in the Democratic primary. This is the winner of all winners. We won 65% of the vote in California with Prop 13, opposed by Republicans, Democrats, small business, large business, all the unions. They all opposed us, except for one little tiny group called the voters. If we want to win, we can do it with good economics all the way. And don't be afraid of the North Star. Do the right thing.
So, Steve Moore, our friends on the far left haven't really signed on yet to Arthur's program. And they want to raise tax wealth and income for that matter, and businesses, et cetera, et cetera. If you look down the road, say I don't care whether it's 5 years or 10 years or 250 years, what has to be done? I mean, repeating a socialist communist experiment from the Soviet Union or the old Eastern Bloc is not going to help America, and it's not going to help our future, no matter what they say. But it's become a serious, at least PR thing. I don't know whether they have votes. So what do you think? You're very good at crafting the political economic arguments.
I don't know if you saw the front page of the New York Times today, but they had that. You see this. It had all these Cuban refugees in New York, and they're getting on boats to find freedom away from New York. Because, it's sad. And Arthur and I had a piece in the Wall Street Journal a week or two ago about the 1986 Tax Reform Act, which was one of the best. It was a great bill. It lowered the highest tax rate from 50 to 28, and the corporate rate fell from
46 to 46 to 34.
Yeah, and we got rid of a lot of the crap in the tax code. It was amazing bill. Amazing.
You have to broaden the base.
Sorry?
Broaden the base.
You have to take out.
This is the amazing thing. None of you in this room are going to believe this, because I didn't believe it until Arthur told me, and I actually looked up the vote. You know what that passed in the United States Senate? A bill to lower the highest income tax rate to 28%.
And raise the lowest rate from 12.5 to 15.
97 to 3. 97 to 3. I mentioned that, because this used to be a consensus. And the second thing is, by the way, Al Gore voted for that, Joe Biden voted for that, Ted Kennedy voted for that. I mean, think about how Bill Bradley was one of the champions.
But we don't have, the challenge here now is to resurrect that thinking.
Exactly.
Because
there's not a single Democrat in the entire Congress today that would vote for a 28% tax rate.
And not many
This
Republicans.
shows you the ideological.
And not many Republicans. No. In other words, the pro-growth supply-side tax reform that you're describing, which was so popular 40 years ago, is really not even on the radar screen.
Yes.
It really isn't. Yeah. And I think it has to be put back on the radar screen.
So where I think we can do that is something that Arthur taught me a few years ago, which is that when we think about these marginal tax rates, we largely think about the statutory rate for the top income earners. But what Arthur pointed out is probably the biggest source of untapped capital out there is middle-class human capital that has very high marginal tax rates because of phase-outs of social programs. Yes. And so to the extent that we could make our social welfare programs less generous so that there was more reason to earn. And this is why I think one of the most important things we did in the Big Beautiful Bill was re-implement work requirements.
Right.
Because to the extent that what we do is create dependency incentives, which I say all the time, the economic discussion we are having in this country could not be more stark than at any time in my lifetime, because it really is a choice between economic liberty versus learned dependency. Cross-generational dependency. That is what the Democrats are offering, and the way that they do it is they lock people in with generous programs that if they actually go out and work, if they make themselves self-sufficient, that the reduction in benefits is the equivalent of the highest marginal tax rates that we impose on high-income earners. And I don't think we do a good enough job explaining that social programs actually cause middle-class people to have really high marginal tax rates.
So,
people. When we came in 80, the two highest tax rates were in the lower end and the upper, both well up in the 90s.
So the issue here, I want to highlight this. This is great analysis. To a large extent, the issue is about work and the value of work. All right, which we wrote this op-ed piece. But the left. The socialists, you can just look at their platform, the Democratic Socialists of America. I've written about it, I'm just using their new agenda. They want all the benefits, government benefits, to be free, and they want no work requirements. at all. So able-bodied people can choose work or welfare, and the welfare is more generous in their agenda. Work is very important. I mean, in a sense, it's almost underrated. We talk about taxes, and Arthur Eve taught us if you tax something more, like work, you get less work. And if you tax it less, you get more work. Work, I think, is intrinsically important for its own sake. People who are out there working, they're not only more productive, inventive, they help the economy, they're also supporting, work is pro-family. They're supporting families with work. There's a moral basis. They're helping their communities with work. There's a moral basis to that. I go even a step further. I think work is so important. Work is godly. Work is absolutely godly. And I tie this in, President Trump was talking the other day about godless communism, which is an old phrase, but an important phrase, and one which may, come back because of this left-wing attack, Mandami and AOC. Work is godly, work is moral, work supports families, work supports communities, work supports defense and security, work supports the whole country. The value of work is the most underestimated but important factor in this whole story. And that's why we should liberate it from taxes and regulations. We should liberate it, by the way, bringing a spiritual, religious dimension back into the public sphere. My former boss, William F. Buckley, talked at great length of this.
So Larry, there's
the late
two other.
Buckley. So I just want to put work. We have to dedicate ourselves as a future agenda item to the value of work, because it is at the heart of this whole story.
So there's two other, you're 100% correct, and there's two other incredible attributes of work that may surprise people. People who are working are happier than people who are not working.
Oh, yes, yes.
Work
right.
is actually associated with happiness.
This was, who's or what's he did the study.
Gosh, there have been
He was at
I
Syracuse.
think I had
Arthur.
I'm the one supposed to forget names.
I know it's.
But the other thing is.
Brooks. Arthur Brooks.
Right. The other thing,
He interviewed thousands of people. Yes. You're right. And it turns out people who work were much happier than people on welfare.
People who work live longer than people who don't work. So work is also highly associated with health. So we should not, we're supposed to tax bad things, not good things, right? And we tax work.
No, that's right.
That's crazy.
No, it's just very important. To your point, and you should write a paper on this, something brief. You should write it up. It's very important. Because, look, I think basically Americans agree on the value of work, okay? They may not understand the legislative barriers to work, okay, which is we have to debate here in Washington, the Congress and whatnot, but it's very important. So the future of America, Mike Faulkner, the future of America has to keep our freedoms and free up people so that work pays, right? Work has to pay. Right up and down the line. That's what Arthur's saying. And I would add the regulatory point, which the left has used regulations. They don't necessarily buy the factories anymore like Joe Stalin did, but the regulatory state, right? That's, as Newt would say, big government socialism. There's no work in that. Right. And able-bodied people should work in terms of welfare and all the other small entitlements.
Right. So, let me reinforce something that was said earlier on the first panel, which is that when you have a voluntary exchange, it means that both sides have benefited from it. And so when I go to work, I have somebody who voluntarily pays me because the value they realize from the work I engage in is more than the resources that they are giving up to pay me. That is not what cross-generational dependency from government creates, right? when we provide excessively generous social programs, we actually discourage the creation of the very economic goods and services that all of us rely upon to fulfill our daily needs. Why are we, and as Larry has said on a regular basis, the reason that the need for work is never going to end is because the human desire is never going to end. There are always going to be, even with things like AI coming on board, even with robotics, there are still going to be the need for work to take place because human desires, human aspirations are boundless. And so what we need to do is always make sure that no matter what technology arises, that we are keeping an eye on how do we have technology complement work and continue to provide purpose to people, because as Steve just said, it creates happiness, it creates reasons to go on living, it extends human life. It provides purpose, and it provides moral basis for the family. So we need to stop debating with the left about just solely looking at how many resources households have, and instead come back to these much more fundamental issues and values about what does it mean to live a good life, and having purpose, contributing to your community rather than just being a recipient of benefits should be the thing that we aspire the American people to continue to do, because it's what's allowed us to get to where we are.
All right, so we talked about taxes, and we talked about the importance of work. Steve Moore, we've grown. The America has grown I can't speak to the 18th century, but there actually is data.
Arthur was there, he can talk.
And we do have the data, by the way.
For the 18th century? No.
1776 on.
All right, well, that's good. But basically, until the last 25 years, where GDP on average has grown by nearly 3.5% per year after inflation, real growth. And we have a lot of historical knowledge about that. Okay. For some reason, since the year 2000, you get a block, you get an obstacle. We've grown, I don't know, closer to 2% than 3.5%. And it's a big difference. Things like budget deficits would evaporate if you had that kind of 3.5% growth. So, Steve, that is another issue, right? We've talked about taxes, we've talked about the value of work. Now, we want the economy to expand. We want to get back to that. No other country could match us. No other country is even close. China had a run at high growth, but when you look at the whole story going back to the revolution in 1947, China did not sustain any growth. So, growth. We need to promote growth. We need to increase growth. The OMB budgets in the Trump years have put up 3%. We did that. But I don't know if we're going to get there or not, Steve. So I want to put that back on the table. America needs to grow.
So just a couple observations about that. First of all, we could actually be headed towards a future where we could be talking about 4 to 5% growth. I mean, this robotic AI revolution, I know people have different opinions about this, but this is going to be, we're already seeing the fruits of this. I mean, it's not a question of whether we're going to have AI. AI is here, it's coming, and we need to, just as we dominated the internet age, 9 of the 10 greatest companies in the internet age were here in the United States. The Googles, the Apples, the Amazons, the Microsofts. We can dominate this industry as well, and it's coming, and the productivity, already a lot of business owners are saying, this is incredible what it's doing in terms of making our businesses more productive and more profitable. So yes, we could be, you combine that with the tax reform that Arthur's talking about, 4 to 5% real growth is very achievable. If you get, let's say we get 4% growth. Well, let's just say we get 3.5% growth, yeah. Your target. If you do that and you look over the next 30 years, you know what happens to the debt?
Yeah.
So you cannot get out of this debt crisis if you do not grow the economy, period. And a lot of these idiots in Congress don't understand that. I mean, we have some One of the Republican senators the other day said, let's raise the cap on the Social Security tax and raise the marginal tax rate on people another 15%. How in the world are you going to grow the economy if you're raising people's marginal tax rates? So this is achievable. Growth is the key. Obviously, we need to do some budget reforms to get rid of useless programs. But we could bring our debt way down. And there's no country, the whole reason we're having this conference is the United States, since 1776, has completely dominated the world economy, and especially so since the beginning of the Reagan Revolution through today. I say this on your show all the time. Reagan and Trump have bookended this amazing period of prosperity. When I said it on your show the other night, I'll say it again. When I came to Washington in early 1983, the Dow Jones Industrial Average was 1,000. Now it's 52,500. Is that the most amazing thing you've ever seen? If the next 25 years, Larry, are as good as these last 40 years in terms of the rate of growth, we're talking about Dow 1 million. And we can do that.
When the last growth spurt we had was the 90s. And you had, 3 or 4 years where you were growing at 4% plus. Okay, so what happened? Stocks went up. It was not the Bush 90s. It was the second half of the 90s. Yeah. Basically, in round numbers, 96 to 2000, maybe 95, whatever. You had lower capital gains tax in there. You had welfare reform. More people were working. Very, very positive. So what happened? The budget went from deep deficits to sizable surpluses. You were running over $200 billion surpluses. Yep. And Alan Greenspan was testifying as Fed chairman, what will we do in this era of surpluses? How could we handle this? Now,
no dollars left. We borrow. No borrowings, no debt.
Now, we don't have a surplus problem right now.
By the way, Larry, you were the first one. I remember you first wrote that paper in 1995 saying we're entering an era of surpluses, and that was one of your greatest calls ever.
I know. When I started saying that, and conservatives were screaming at me, but I was just looking at growth. I had worked with Arthur took Judy and I in for a year and a half on the West Coast, and restarted my career and my life. And I come back east, and I'm looking at the data, and I'm saying, wait a minute, we're too pessimistic. And Bill Clinton wasn't the devil that some people. He had his issues, but I'm just saying on the economy it worked out pretty well. But step back for a minute. We don't want America to be America in deep debt. Okay, and if you look forward, again, not 250 years, whatever, 10, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. So, yes, we need a lot of budget reforms. We need a lot of entitlement reforms, but we need to grow. Growth is so important. You run the numbers, 3.5% growth, run the models. I don't care. They could be dynamic, semi-dynamic. You run 3.5% growth the next 10 years, the next 20 years, that deficit's going to crash. It's going to crash. So we need to deal with that. I'm just saying.
Well, and what we saw in the 90s was the full diffusion of the semiconductor age with the broad adoption of computers. We are on the cusp of doing that same thing right now. And we as a nation in the 90s made the choice that we were going to make capital available to these technology companies, where we're going to create a regulatory environment where they were able to innovate, and it was an open internet that allowed all of that innovation. It was not government control. And the question is, are we going to make that same choice now with AI? So I am entirely on board with Steve that we have to, because I don't want to fathom a world where China sets AI protocols rather than the United States. Imagine for a moment what the world would look like today if you had Chinese protocols determining the use of the internet rather than American ones. That is the question that we are facing right now. How do we address it? Well, again, you could not have a more stark comparison between the Biden administration and the Trump administration. The Biden administration basically tried to outlaw it. I'm not the AI guru here, but I had people from AI coming in and saying, imagine outlawing math. That is what the Biden administration did. Because what they did is they said, if any math that you do in the creation of AI could be used for nefarious purposes, you can't do it. Well, as anybody who's an innovator knows, you don't know the potential applications of a new technology until you actually develop it. So think about the extent to which putting those kind of criminal sanctions in front of people deterred the development of it. Now, fortunately, President Trump came in and completely reset our approach. You had David Sachs on your show talking about exactly this. So we're putting in place the right regulatory regime. The question now is, will we create the energy capacity to service it? Because the Chinese are building 2 new power plants every week, and right now it takes too many years to get new power up and running in order to provide for it.
I was going to say Sachs won. So the president pulled back. The regulators lost. I'm not going to name names, but it was a good thing. Can I just raise, though, I'm for AI, and Kevin Hassett and I were talking about that, and he agrees with you. But I want to know one thing. We were talking about the 90s, and we had growth, and we went into budget surplus. People went back to work in the 90s. The Gingrich, call it Gingrich-Clinton reform, whatever you want to call it, but the Gingrich Contract with America reformed welfare, and I don't know, 8 million some odd people, whatever the right number is, went back to work. They went off welfare and onto work. The impact to the economy was staggering, and the impact on the budget was staggering. Now, Stephen, I don't know, you tell me. I think the numbers vary, but you got at least 7, 8 million people, able-bodied, who should be working.
We
and
do.
If you could make a reform for that, it would be enormous.
So we're coming to an end here. We got about a minute and a half left. When we started this conference in the morning, I said that we're here to celebrate 2 birthdays, the birthday of our country and the birthday of the big, beautiful bill. And I want to, could you put up that chart, that first chart that you put up earlier? Because this is an amazing, can you get that up there? Okay, no, go back.
I like that one.
Go back.
It's the one it's the list.
Go back. Yeah, this.
Yeah.
So I showed this last night at our event that we had at the Treasury, but this is, I'm just going to take 1 minute. And this bill that Donald Trump signed was one of the best bills in American history. And yes, we've talked about the fact that we did the expensing, we lowered the tax rates, all of those things were amazing. But there are all of these amazing little, what I call jewels in this bill. And I'm just going to quickly go over them because people aren't, there was such a great bill, people aren't even aware of the stuff that we put in there. So look at this. Prevents a $4 trillion tax increase. If it had not been for this tax bill passing, we would have paid $4 trillion and more in taxes. Reduced by half the number of families paying the unfair death tax, which is, I would argue, the most disgraceful tax of all. People forget about this. Do you remember the alternative minimum tax? That was a big issue for 25. Anybody in this room ever have to pay the alternative minimum tax? I see a lot of hands going. We eliminated the alternative minimum tax is gone. We did the, I can't even read this that well. We saved for the average family about $3,000 a year on their taxes. We did the 20% small business tax
There's
deduction,
work requirements
100% deduction for the expensing. How about this? How about this one? We got rid of Joe Biden's illegal student loan bailout program. That was an awesome thing. How about the fact that this was the biggest expansion of health savings accounts to sort of privatize our healthcare system? How about the fact that we eliminated and repealed Joe Biden's Green New Deal? How about that one? We got rid of that. We did the Trump accounts. And you'll like this one, Larry. We reinstituted work requirements for these government programs. Yeah. So this bill had astonishingly positive things about it, and I am just so proud of all 3 of you played such a major role in getting this done. But thank you, Donald Trump, for giving us this amazing bill that has resurrected America.
So let's figure out ways for another one big beautiful bill that incorporates the good ideas on taxes, on work effort, on regulations. You know, it's all there. I guess we know what works and we know what doesn't work. So we need to work on what works, and I'll come back to my theme of freedom and free enterprise. That's going to work. It will put America back to work and give us what we need to keep our prosperity. So Steve Moore, thank you. Art Laffer, thank you. Mike Falkinger, thank you. Everybody out there, thank you. I appreciate it very much. Good.
All right, so before we hit for lunch, we have one more interview, fireside chat we're going to do, and I am going to stay on stage and interview the NASA administrator, Jared Isaacman. But before we do that, we have a NASA video to inspire you about the future of space travel.
Everybody understands what's at stake right now. The difference between success and failure will be measured in months, not years.
OTC. OTC is go.
STC.
STC is go. Verify no constraints and go for launch.
We will explore the frontiers of space and push the boundaries of what's possible.
LPs go. RTDs go.
This is what it takes. We're going to get the job done.
Welcoming the 15th NASA administrator, Jared Isaacman. So, Mr. Administrator, as we think about the prosperity that we have realized, you know, I can't help but think about what's gotten us to be the most successful country in the world in the history of human beings is that we are a nation of risk takers, explorers, innovators. We are dreamers. The American people are bound together by the ideas that we're celebrating this week and that have enabled us to go from a series of colonies to the most prosperous, advanced, and ambitious nation in human history. And I can't help but compare where we're at today to the time of Lewis and Clark, who set out to explore the West. At the time of their expedition, they had no idea what they would find. They had no idea the extraordinary value that would result from their quest. And I would argue that just as the frontier of the 1800s was the West, today the frontier is space. And so now those same desires to innovate and explore are calling upon our generation to explore the cosmos. And we saw that with SpaceX's IPO recently and the valuation of that company at $2 trillion. So as we welcome you here, can you tell us why space is so critical to the advancement of our nation and for the American people?
It's a good question. And in terms of being a nation of risk takers, willing to venture out into the unknown, not sure necessarily what you're going to find, but knowing that we will be better because of it, I think it's reflected very well in the hype video that I get to bring with me to events like this. We have fantastic material to work with at NASA, quite literally the whole universe. Here's what I would say. There's a lot of reasons why we kind of venture out into the unknown, and certainly the economic potential is one component of it. So look at it this way. When we went to the moon, Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin walked on July 20th, 1969. The rocks that we brought back from the moon, we value them greatly because we pretty much divided the entirety of the space race cost against the mass we brought back. So the moon rock in my office is valued about $1.5 billion. But that was not the economic potential we were pursuing there. I would argue that all of the capabilities that we put into that initiative to undertake such a dangerous, near impossible journey had immense benefit back here on Earth. and fuels a lot of the economic potential. I mean, when you think about it today, whether it's the satellites that we have on orbit that provide connectivity that power our economy, navigation, communication, I think that's pretty fundamental to solving a lot of the world's problems. The weather satellites, the ability to detect forest fires and prevent natural disasters, these all have substantial impacts, economic impacts here on Earth. So what I would say is we return to the moon as we build the moon base. We are doing so because we've been gifted a technological proving ground 4 days away from our home planet to master the skills for where we go next, which is Mars. Along the way, there will be immense scientific value. We will put radio telescopes on the quiet far side of the moon. We will certainly interact with the lunar regolith. I couldn't tell you today if helium-3 is going to be the next gold rush to the moon. It certainly has applications in fusion power. It has applications in quantum computing. But I couldn't tell you for sure that you will get more value out of it than what it costs to go there, refine it, and bring it back to Earth. I couldn't tell you for sure that we're going to be successful 3D printing satellites with the lunar regolith and accelerating them off the moon with mass accelerators like that $2 trillion company intends to do, other than it could happen. So undertaking, and not to mention, by the way, the inspirational value in all of this, so that the next generation wants to grow up as your scientists and engineers and ensure the competitiveness of this nation. These are all prices worth paying, and they will have economic impact. Again, whether it's the technology that enables you to go off and do these kind of things or what you might find there. But inevitably, you will find something, and that's why you have to keep venturing out. Certainty, at some point. I don't know if it's in our lifetimes or not. We will be mining asteroids. I will say that when they talk about the $2 trillion mineral-rich asteroids that are out there, or values well in excess of that, it's real. The supply-demand equation is going to get thrown off quite substantially if you can actually capture the asteroid and bring it back. But it is inevitable. That will happen at some point in the future. So there is great economic potential. I think your analogy is spot on.
And I think one of the most important things to recognize about this is, we have transitioned to a point where, because it's becoming commercialized and because they've now gone IPO, the American people now have access to having a claim to it, And I'm going to make the analogy here between the thing we were just talking about, which is that we, in the Big Beautiful Bill, created the Trump accounts. Well, Trump accounts can invest in things like the IPO that was just done, and I think I would love to hear your thoughts on just the bringing private capital to complement what you're doing at NASA, and why that transforms what we're able to do in this, no pun intended, in this space.
Yeah, so it's a great question, and I think part of it is in the, I learned a little bit yesterday in an interview. I guess there was a Nielsen poll that said 69% of the American public thinks we should return to the moon and do so before our rival, the Chinese. But it was contrasted with a poll that was done in 1967, where it was like 33% of the public want to do so. And I'm sure there's a lot of reasons why, but one of which I suspect is that the NASA budget in the 1960s during the space race was almost 4.5% of the discretionary budget. Today, it's 0.25%. Why is that the case? Well, we certainly know a lot more about the domain. NASA is not the only game in town. We are one customer of many when it comes to things like launch. In 1960s, NASA had to build everything pretty much. Today, NASA wants to launch a scientific payload. We want to send astronauts to the International Space Station. We want to go to the moon. Well, we're one customer of a SpaceX, a Blue Origin, a Rocket Lab, but so is the Department of War. So is countries all around the world. So is NOAA for their weather observation satellites. So as a result of some of the breakthroughs that NASA helped pioneer in decades past, we can now be one customer of many, where private capital can make that investment, close a business case, competitive forces make the product better. We didn't have rockets that landed on ships that could be turned around and flown 2 weeks later. We didn't need NES-2 necessarily in the 1960s. Now you have it today. It has substantially reduced the cost to accelerate mass to orbit, so we get a technological improvement. We get lower costs thanks to private industry. So this is why we can go out and do the near impossible with 0.25% of the budget, knowing some of the wealthiest individuals in the world, not to mention the private capital that supports them, is investing well in excess of taxpayer dollars for capabilities that are critical to the nation and, frankly, all of humankind. And I think that's reflected a little bit in that 69% public support for these endeavors.
So as we think about the commercial component coming into play, I've been an academic economist most of my career, and so I think about, there is still a role for the federal government to fund basic research, because while the society enormously benefits from core research, we don't yet necessarily know what the commercial application is going to be, and so it's hard to tie private capital into something for which there's not necessarily a commercial application, whereas once you start to recognize that there are mining cases to be made or space tourism cases to be made for creating commercial space ventures, then that's a place for the private sector to come in. Now, but that changes the equation at a place like NASA, where it used to be the only game in town. So again, now that space is becoming commercially attractive, what do you see as still the residual role that NASA plays?
Yeah, it's a great question. So when we go out and undertake the near impossible, we do never go at it alone, right? I mean, we put the word commercial in front of company or business today, but we did, Boeing and McDonnell Douglas, Grumman built the lunar lander that took us to the lunar surface. But what has changed is whether or not NASA is the only customer. And that's where I think private capital is immensely available, because they can underwrite a business case where they can get a return. And right now, there is no question, launch observation and communication, hands down, that is real. Launch services, even the infrastructure to support launch. I think commercial spaceports popping up like airports, you can close a business case on with private capital. We have a desperate need for more launch complex around here. Observation, again, used to be just spy satellites for the DoW. It's not now. I mean, observation capabilities paired with AI, I mean, we can look at it and have agriculture applications in it. Again, natural disasters, other forms of commerce, and then communication. Starlink is obviously a clear example that everybody can think about, and maybe it's going to be AI data centers. But kind of coming back to the point is, isn't NASA like at its best when it's doing what doesn't have an obvious business case, the near impossible, pioneering the breakthroughs for others to follow? Yes, and we are at our worst when we are doing what industry is capable of doing. So right now, we are still in the business of building heavy lift launch vehicles. So is SpaceX, so is Blue Origin, so is Rocket Lab. These companies have had enormous equity appreciation. That is a bad spot to be in at NASA if you're trying to recruit and retain the best talent, when it's like, well, I could do literally the same role at all these other hot companies and have all this great equity appreciation, make a better life for my families. What you want to be doing is what no one else is capable of doing. No other company, no government agency, no other nation in the world is able to do. And in my mind, and this is what we're very aggressively pivoting NASA to do, is nuclear power and propulsion. Finally getting America underway on nuclear power in space. Decades and $20 billion, probably 12 programs of record, not one of them has been to space. And we are taking it out of the lab. I put the model of it on President Trump's desk. It's called SR-1 Freedom. It will fly in 2028. It will be nuclear power and propulsion. And again, why is this the case? No industry, even though it makes a lot of sense for the long term for you to have nuclear power and propulsion in space, right now, NASA is the only customer for it, so I don't think it has a broad business case support where private capital should jump to it. Not to mention, if you were good at making nuclear reactors right now, you got all the terrestrial demand in the world. We don't want to lose the air race. So this is a great example of where NASA is taking something out of the lab and investing in a capability for the good of humankind that maybe at some point in the future will have a business case and we can attract the talent that wants to work on it and retain it. And what does this allow us to do? It allows us to have a nuclear power on our base on the south pole of the moon in the permanently shaded regions where you may be where it has little access to solar power. Mars, for sure, if you're going to have to make propellant to send astronauts there and bring them home. But if you want to explore the outer solar system, once you get past Jupiter, you can have almost zero reliance on solar power. And the radioisotope thermal generators that we've used in the past have very little power output. So this is the example of what NASA would have been doing in the 1960s. It actually was the last time we really did it well, that we should be recalibrating towards again today. And we'll take it to even more advanced forms of propulsion until inevitably we're able to actually realistically explore another star system.
So I'm extremely excited to see that you're adopting nuclear propulsion. It's one of those sources of energy that I think that for whatever reason in our country we are underutilizing. I remind people all the time that the site of Fukushima was of course Japan, and if the Japanese can reassert themselves to getting 30% of their electricity from nuclear by the end of the decade, I don't know why the rest of the world cannot similarly adopt nuclear power. And I also remind people that the longest serving user of nuclear power for propulsion is the United States Navy. and they have the greatest safety track record at doing it. And so can you talk a little bit about what you think perhaps the terrestrial implications of NASA demonstrating the promise of nuclear propulsion and how that example in space might actually enable kind of the readoption of nuclear here at home?
Well, I think, step one, you've got industry, thankfully, and an administration that's removing all of the BS to enable them to solve the energy needs of the nation, and nuclear is absolutely one of the avenues to it. So I'm very grateful for industry, the investments going into it in a revised regulatory environment and capital environment, enabling them to solve some of our energy needs so we can't get behind, so we can't lose the AI race. I mean, that is absolutely imperative right now. Now, what NASA is doing is what they're not. Now, there will be some carryover, right? And we will make investments in things like very high temperature materials. It is in our interest in space to run reactors extremely hot to minimize having to drag giant football field sized radiators around. So we are going to make investments in material sciences, advanced high temperature materials. We're going to make investments in power conversion. So we can, go from what's approximately call it 25% today off of the 100 kilowatt reactor is going to probably convert to about 25 kilowatts of electric generation. We want to gradually push that. Those benefits will certainly be applicable here on Earth. But to me, what I'm more excited about, since space this is my domain of enthusiasm, is I think about how little we understand about our solar system. Just our solar system around, the one star and everything, within its influence, let alone all the other star systems in the Milky Way galaxy, let alone the 2 trillion other galaxies. And on our current investments in chemical propulsion, we are going to run into a ceiling. So by NASA making these first investments in SR1 Freedom, hopefully having some breakthroughs that we can then hand off to industry, just as we did in decades past with SpaceX, where we can have fleets of nuclear-powered spaceships that are going out and exploring even moons within our solar system, like Enceladus, that might have signs of life. We couldn't tell you conclusively. There's no one at NASA, not the brightest minds in the nation right now, that could tell you there isn't, at least microbial life that it could exist within our solar system right now, because we simply haven't explored it all. And the farther you get away from our sun, the less we can rely upon it for power generation and propulsion. So these early investments, hopefully, set off a demand signal in the future, where all this expertise that's addressing terrestrial needs now, which certainly could benefit from again, our investments, will set off a series of nuclear-powered spaceships that help us further understand our solar system.
So another topic you raised is that of China. And so, we can very much liken the situation that we're in today to the time of the 60s, when the space race was in competition with the Soviets, and the inspiration that President Kennedy provided us to get to the moon in order to demonstrate the technological edge that the United States has. Can you talk to us for a minute about what it would mean if the Chinese were to eclipse us in the space race, and why is it so important that the United States lead the way on this?
Yeah, I mean, the ultimate, space is the ultimate high ground, and the high ground has mattered since the beginning of human history for tactical and strategic reasons. We have enjoyed, supremacy in that domain for decades right now. I don't think we want to take a chance of experiencing what it would be like to fall into second place here. And I do think, when you look at the pace of progress in this, to fall behind, it becomes very difficult to catch up. A great example of which, SpaceX, first to catch a reusable booster. In 2015, I mean, that is impressive by today's standards every time you watch one of those rockets come back and land on a ship or on land, and then they fly it, maybe potentially days later. 10 years before anyone else was able to replicate it. When do we ever see a breakthrough in technology where there is that much of a lag before the second mover is able to catch up? That's what's happening in the pace of progress right now. You have a major breakthrough. The ability to catch up to that time period could take an extremely long time. So do we want to find out the hard way that maybe helium-3 does matter? There is some other value that we can extract out of the lunar surface and find out the hard way. I mean, our foreign policy and wars have been fought for 100 years based on sources of energy. Do we want to find out we got it wrong on the moon in that regard? So, and what I will say also, and obviously we have the benefit of hindsight here, the Chinese will absolutely be able to achieve what the Soviets could not in the 1960s. There is no question about this. And I would tell you and emphasize it, and I was in the hype video, but it will come down to months, not years. We've said we will return to the moon before the end of President Trump's term. They've said before 2030. It's months in here in that time frame. NASA's track record of late can be late, over budget and late. The Chinese have every potential to be early. So there's absolutely a very real space race right now. It's one we can't afford, again, to get wrong. There is all that, I mean, from a real estate perspective, where we want to be on the south pole of the moon, where there's water ice, it's the size of Washington, D.C. So big moon, surface area of Africa, where we want to be, size of Washington, D.C., and there's a lot of crater ridges there. You get to this sweet spot to interact with that water ice, again, to master the skills for what you're going to need to go to Mars. We may not have access to it at all. And that would obviously be a tragedy. So you've got all of its technological potential, the economic potential associated with it, the scientific, all of it's on the line right now, and it's all coming down to months. Thankfully, we've got a president with a national space policy. We got the resources from the Working Family Tax Cut Act, that $10 billion plus up, probably most historic investment in NASA's exploration program since the Kennedy era. So we have a lot of the tools that we need to get the job done.
So when you came in, you inherited a bureaucracy and an agency that, as you said, is used to being over budget and way late on time. So speak to me for a moment what it's like to transform an agency like that. What did it mean to come in? What does it mean as part of the Trump administration to be transforming government? Can you talk about how the president's leadership and when I was at Treasury, we were trashed all the time for the work that DOGE was doing, but in fact, I oversaw and witnessed the transformation that was occurring because of this new way of thinking, and I know you're part of the group that's bringing a new way of thinking to government. So can you talk about how you're transforming NASA in order to achieve these aspirational and inspirational mission you've put it on?
Well, I would say I do think I'm advantaged right from the get-go, because if you work at NASA, you are absolutely one of the best and brightest this nation has to offer. And you go to NASA because you want to change the world in air and space, right? So if anything, like no one is happy there when programs are behind schedule and over budget, and that it's taking you so much longer to get after the data or the scientific breakthrough that you're pursuing. Like, you'll get frustrated, you'll leave in that regard. Like, you're not staying there generally to perpetuate the status quo. You just need to be liberated from a lot of that bureaucracy. Now, it helped first day in the job. President Trump signs a national space policy that says, get back to the moon, do so to stay, not just the flags and footprints, build the base, invest in nuclear power and propulsion. Let's make nuclear great in space again so we can go to Mars and plant the stars and stripes on the red planet someday, and do the other things. Unlock an orbital economy if you can. Launch more missions of science and discovery. And where are all those X-planes that NASA used to be so famous for in decades past? Rebuild those, right? So you get a presidential mandate. You get a $10 billion plus up on top of what's already a very generous appropriations, and you have a workforce that's dying to do this. So we just had to enable them to truly get after it. And I think everybody has responded well. Now, part of it, though, and maybe the hard part, was aligning all the stakeholders, because absent competition, and I think this exists in the DOW, but it was certainly, it's applicable at NASA too. When you don't have a global rival, you try and make a lot of people happy, everybody happy. And when you try and make everybody happy, which we were doing at NASA, no one is happy. So concentrating the resources back on what makes the difference. What makes the difference? Artemis 2, astronauts flying around the moon, and the whole country and the world pausing from the discourse to talk about it. That makes a difference, right? So focusing on the needle movers that were in the president's national space policy, applying the resources, the best and brightest at it, and stop trying to make everyone happy and just do our job. And the agency is responding incredibly well.
Well, as you said, it was one of the moments recently that really brought the nation and the world together was to watch the success of the Artemis journey. And you talked about the expansion of the fleet that's going on. Can you give us an idea now that it's not just NASA? I grew up at a time where the NASA fleet consisted of 3 or 4 shuttles, and they were just replicas of each other. Now we're talking about whole fleets of different configurations, public and private. What is the space fleet going to look like 15 years from now? How much of that is going to be commercial? So again, and thinking about the economic implications of it, how are we ensuring that we do this in a way that's more affordable?
Yeah, so it's a great question. So the Saturn V that took Neil and Buzz and Mike Collins to the moon, and then ultimately took Neil and Buzz to the surface of the moon. We had to use one massive rocket to do everything, and then we threw it away. What you are going to see now, as commercial industry becomes so healthy with rapid reusability and the cost to accelerate mass to orbit, we can build what we want to build in space through lots of launches. And so let me describe that concept. So, NASA may someday, I hope, in that 15-year time frame, have a series of nuclear-powered spaceships that are able to send astronauts to and from Mars. You don't need to launch the nuclear-powered spaceship. You might need to launch 6 modules incredibly affordably on SpaceX and Blue Origin vehicles, and then we assemble them on orbit, all entirely robotically. So you wind up with a highly capable spacecraft that you're able to affordably put together in space, and you're able to use lots of launches to do it instead of trying to somehow make it fit in one massive rocket that you throw away. And now you have this spacecraft that goes back and forth to Mars. And then when you're at Mars, there's a whole other family of spacecraft that just go from Mars to the nuclear ship, back and forth. So we can change the whole way that we think about getting things done because a highly competitive, very capable commercial industry drives down the cost to put mass to orbit, perfects on-orbit robotics and assembly, so we can build in space the vehicles and capabilities we need to do our job better than we ever could have imagined even a handful of years ago. As soon as you stop throwing away the really expensive spacecraft and your only cost is things like liquid oxygen and liquefied methane, the consumables in itself are not that expensive. You can start putting together some really extraordinary things. And then the next evolution of that thereafter is making use of the resources that are already there, the water ice on the moon, the lunar regolith, perhaps mining from asteroids at some point in time. And that's what's going to enable us to continue to venture out farther and farther.
All right, so I told your team I was going to ask. Han Solo or Captain Picard?
Oh, I'm a Star Wars guy. Han Solo for sure.
Would everybody please join me in thanking the NASA Administrator, Jared Isaacman, for joining us.
Thank you
so much. All right, before we break for lunch, a couple announcements. So ever since the dismantling of USAID, in Latin and South America, the elections in Latin America and South America have swung to the right. The man leading and facilitating this activity is Ambassador Lee Rizzuto and his wife Denise, the ambassador to the Organization of American States. I understand they're in the audience, and if they can please stand and be recognized. All right, at this time, we are going to take a short break that'll allow the team to come in and set this ballroom for lunch. And when we get back from that being set, we're going to have Larry Kudlow rejoin us, and he is going to be joined on stage with Secretary of Agriculture Brooke Rollins and Secretary of Education Linda McMahon. So if you'll give us 15 minutes to set up the room, we will be back shortly with lunch.
This Declaration of Independence, it talks about how our rights come not from the government, but from God.
What President Trump and President Reagan share is a recognition that prosperity comes from the people and not from government.
Lighter taxes and lighter regulations unlock economic growth and success.
Under our administration, growth is exploding, productivity is soaring, investment is booming, incomes are rising. America is respected again like never before.
One thing that has made our republic great is that we don't hide from our mistakes.
We learn from them, and then we go on and do things better than we did before.
Mamdani phenomenon is not a one-guy thing.
Politics of hope.
Abolish ICE.
Big tent party.
Big tent party.
Stand up to the billionaires.
Nationalize the airline industry.
Transfilialism, and to take resources from
This
other
is
people.
the most serious threat to our country since its existence.
Big government socialism failed. You take wealth for granted, you're going to destroy wealth, and you're going to destroy opportunity for tens of millions of people.
Their basic argument is, we're going to give you a free bus ride, and we're going to steal it from somebody over here who spent their lifetime earning it.
Democratic socialists will once again show why
totalitarianism is always a failure.
What Reagan said was, stay the course.
Yeah.
Stay the course. Things are going to get better.
We're the hot place to be right now.
We got the big, beautiful bill, which made permanent those tax cuts. We got no taxes on overtime, deduction of car loan interest.
GDP, a blowout number, 4.3%.
401ks at their all-time high.
While he's celebrating the 250th birthday of America, I just want to note that much of the founding of America was based on free market capitalism.
Deliver another 250 years of American economic leadership.
Please welcome back to the stage Larry Kudlow.
Let's get this show on the road. Where are my ladies? Come on. Brooke Rollins and Linda McMahon. When
the gang is back together.
When we were planning this out, I said we have to get Brooke here, and we have to get Linda here, because they helped start AFPI. And you just can't have a gathering in Washington without them. So I think you know who they are. Brookie is this Secretary of Agriculture. Linda's Secretary of Education. They're very dear personal friends of mine. I helped Linda in Connecticut. Linda ran the Small Business Administration in the first term. Brooke ran the Domestic Policy Council in the first term. And one of those days we got together in an office and decided that we needed a strong research think tank to support the ideas of President Trump. We had no idea what the future was going to bring. The greatest comeback in political history, probably.
No doubt about it.
Linda is the chairman of the board. Brooke is the CEO. So they run off to the cabinet, you know what I mean? Run off to the cabinet, okay. And corner me. Larry, would you be the chairman? And like a dope, I said yes. And I actually I'm trying to be a working chairman, but I have a lot of help because they left me with a fabulous staff. I was the vice chairman, whatever I was.
That's right.
So it is with great pleasure that we have this get-together and discussion. They're both going to come on the TV show this afternoon, so that makes it even more fun for me. Yeah. And it's a delight to see old friends. Brookie, let me start with you. The one big beautiful bill, I was talking to Kevin Hassett earlier, the one big beautiful bill has spurred a tremendous business renaissance, and individual workers now have incentives with the overtime pay exempt, and the tips exempt, and the seniors exempt. And I want you to talk for a minute about that, but also American farmers, now you're running the ag department, American farmers, American ranchers, small business owners. I think there's an uplift all around, but I'll leave it to you to fill in a couple of blanks.
Well, first of all, how about a big round of applause for AFPI's chairman, Larry Kudlow. What an honor to be here, sir, and with my best friend over here to the left. It's just incredible, and I'm so grateful for your leadership and the leadership of this organization, and as we continue to battle for America. The Working Families Tax Cut Act, or as the president would say, the one big beautiful bill, I want to rewind it a little bit.
I coined that, by the way.
I
I want credit.
that-
And I talked him into it.
Yeah, well, that's what I was about to say.
He was on the fence.
I know.
It was right after the Army-Navy game. I got hold of him. I said, sir, I'm not hearing an echo chamber.
Yes.
And he was great about it.
Yes.
Anyways, please.
It was a conversation that had been ongoing all of 2023 and 2024, that if by the time he became the nominee and we began to prepare for a potential win, and then on day one wanted to really get started at Trump speed. But to do that, you can't wait to get elected and then start thinking about these things. So the One Big Beautiful Bill really in earnest began in 2023, 2024, just putting ideas together, lots of conference calls, lots of meetings. The idea that, if you remember, Larry, it was a lot of discussion about should we do 5 bills or 3 bills, or do we put it all into one big beautiful bill? So I think the advice from you, and of course his instinct is always right on. So what I didn't realize at the time, as we were putting all of that together, of course, is that I would be in this current position. But what the One Big Beautiful Bill, all the conversations and preparation for the win, ultimately, and then the execution of all of his biggest ideas, cutting taxes, deregulation, returning power to the people, shrinking government, where rural America fit into that. And I won't spend a lot of time on it, but not surprising probably to anyone in this room, the importance of rural America to the ethos of America, the grit, the hustle, the liberty, the freedom, everything that we're fighting for and why that's important. B, the fact that it is rural America that feeds America and that ensures that we have the safest and best food supply in the world. But I'd even go one step further, Larry. And about 2 hours ago, I did a press conference with Lee Zeldin, another great colleague from our time, Chris Wright. So it was energy, EPA, and agriculture, and we were talking about the fact that fertilizer over the last 30 years had really been offshored. So we've talked a lot about manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, et cetera, that were offshored, bringing all of that back, but right at the top of the list should be fertilizer. And the reason I say this is because agriculture, for the first time, I believe, at least since I've been alive, is now finally being recognized as a national security issue. So if you can't feed yourself, if you begin, and by the way, in 2023, for the first time ever, we imported more food than we sent out from countries like Brazil and China and others. So again, big national security. But the reason the One Big Beautiful Bill was so important to rural America and to agriculture as a national security issue is it was the largest investment in rural America in history, and the understanding of how important it is that we produce our own food in America. The ultimate energy source for humans is food. That if we don't get that right, if we continue to consolidate, especially with foreign-owned agriculture companies, which has been happening over and over again, if we continue to allow foreign countries to buy our farmland, then we will lose freedom as we know it. The One Big Beautiful Bill went a long way to solve for all of that. That's why it's so important.
And Linda, I want to get you into this. The way I look at it, you're re-educating America, okay? That's what I think you're doing. Now, you're downsizing or getting rid of whatever you can get rid of in the education department. It was a rat's nest. Feel free to talk about it. But I know you're traveling the country, and I think you're restoring the idea of basic values in education, getting rid of the woke stuff. Let's get these kids up to speed, wherever they are, rural, suburban, urban. Talk to us about re-education, America, because it's so important. You know, before in the morning session with Arthur and Steve Moore and Faulkner, you know, we talked about the importance and value of work. You know, work is so important to this whole story. But it would help if you had a decent education in order to work. And so many cases, we just don't have that. So let us know what you're doing, what your thoughts are, please.
Well, thank you so much, Larry, and it's so good to be here with you and with Brooke. This is like a reunion today, and seeing so many familiar faces and new faces out in the audience, old friends. Thank you for being here at AFPI and for your continued support because we need that for AFPI to continue to grow, to be the incredible, not just think tank, but do tank, which is what Brooke and I and Larry talked about from the very beginning. But my role is President Trump said to me when he asked me to take on this job, he said, you will have succeeded when you've worked your way out of a job and fired yourself. So I said, well, that's a whole different way to start. But his whole purpose really is a reset of education in our country, and I think that's what we're really talking about. We are returning education to the states. The federal, thank you. And what does that really mean? Well, let's take a step back and give you a little history, just as Brooke did on agriculture. I think most of you who have heard me speak before, or I certainly have read about it, understand the dire situation that we are in our country relative to education. When we have 12th graders, 8th graders, 4th graders that are only reading at 30% proficiency, and that has been the case since 1980, since the Department of Education was set up. We've seen these NAEP scores, or our National Report Card scores, continue to decline. We are clearly doing something wrong. We have tried a lot of top-down approaches, I think with the best of intentions. I think when George Bush had No Child Left Behind, when Obama had, Race to the Top, all of these national programs, but they just don't work from a top-down process and trying to force-feed it into states. States know better what they need. Their communities are better. The president believes, as do I, that the best education is that's closest to the child, where parents, teachers, superintendents, governors of states are looking at what their kids need and can utilize their programs to the best advantage. There clearly is a role for the federal government to play, not necessarily a Department of Education, but the money that's appropriated from Congress through our title programs, through IDEA for our children and students and folks with disabilities, all of that is incredibly important. But Congress takes care of that. They appropriate that money. The money goes through right now. We're the pathway that it goes through at the Department of Education, an unnecessary pathway. It's filled with bureaucracy, and bureaucracy begets bureaucracy. Once it starts to grow, it continues to grow. Let's streamline that. Let's move a lot of the programs that are in the Department of Education either to agencies that better serve or to agencies that used to have these programs and where it makes sense. So my whole concept, and I've talked about it with Congress, I continue to work with their staffs to explain it, is that this is a proof of concept. Let me show you that it works. For instance, we've taken some adult education and technical programs out of the Department of Education, put them into labor. That seemed like a natural place to you. We have really merged these two areas, but the experts at ED who know about these programs have been detailed to labor. The budget is still ours. The overall supervision is still ours until such time as we codify it by making these moves permanent, because we've proved that it works. So if you just look at that one example, the other example I have, though, which is a really, really large one, and that is taking the $1.7 trillion student loan portfolio out of a Department of Education. Think about that. That's the 5th largest bank in the country, managed by the Department of Education, where there are no bankers. And so for the Department of Treasury to take that over, to start the process of people repaying their loans.
Which I suggested.
Pardon me?
Which I argued for at NEC in the first term. Is there anybody at the Education Department that's ever done a credit analysis? Nah.
I can tell you only when it doesn't come in, then they're analyzing really fast. So to not belabor the point, but those are the kinds of things, Larry, that we're doing to reset education and to eventually totally return it to the states.
Can you, so it's sort of like a filter. How do you influence, and nobody has the energy you have, you can do this. How do you get basics done in these grade schools and high schools and K through 12? We read about how the test scores are terrible and they keep going down. Simplifying it, reading, writing, and arithmetic. I know the teachers' union are often adversaries in all this. They have their own left-wing agendas. How do you just make
Well, I'll try not to be so long-winded because there's just so much to say, but basically it gets down to children being able to read. And if you cannot read by the time you finish the third grade, then you're going to be left behind everywhere. So the new programs that states are turning back to that are having great success through their own innovation is called the Science of Reading. They're teaching children, we saw this in Mississippi, Louisiana, Florida, Texas, Iowa. Their scores are starting to come up. They are improving and doing very well. And when their reading scores start coming up, then you will see improvements across the board, and that's what we are seeing. We're also seeing adaptation with the proper use of AI with guardrails. AI can be an extra tutor in the classroom, doesn't take the place of a teacher, is not intended to, but it gives the teacher an extra hand. It can help students progress if they're able to move faster than the curriculum that's being taught, or for those that are lagging behind a little bit, it can reserve programs where the teacher is monitoring. So we have opportunities to help them, I think, improve and get better faster.
No, this is fabulous. This is fabulous. You know, I actually haven't heard you talk about all this. This is fabulous.
It's all been new to me too, Larry.
Let me broaden out a little bit. Brookie, so we're talking about the one big, beautiful bill and the economy and so forth. I want to talk for a moment about President Trump, whom we all know well. He has effected great change for the good. With the economy, with education, with all the individual areas like yours, agriculture, farming, but he is changing national security. South America, we were talking a moment, South America, election after election, has gone conservative, democracy, leaning more towards capitalism and free enterprise and economic growth. In the Middle East, he is effecting great change, no matter what the naysayers may try to say. Iran has been decimated. Deals will be struck over some time period. There's too much hand-wringing about this. So we're here, not quite at the 2-year mark, but it seems to me that President Trump has made this country a better, stronger, safer place. All right? Just to sum up. And you know, you two are in the thick of it. I'm out in the lawn someplace, but not completely disengaged. Talk to me about this. This country has changed.
When we walked out of Trump 1 for the final time, you were about a week before I left, but we were both there to the very end. I remember giving you a really big hug. I don't know if you remember this. And you looked at me and you said, "This is probably the last time that I will be here." And I said, "Probably me too." It was a dark time. But I remember also thinking that we can never stop battling for freedom and liberty. And with our 250th birthday in 2 or 3 days, I think that becomes even more important. But I remember, Larry, when we left, I remember thinking, we, really the president with us supporting him, have completely changed the game in Washington. That when he was elected the first time, and Larry and I, by the way, we came the same week of year 2. He came in with the NEC, I came in with Office of American Innovation, ended up at Domestic Policy. But I remember when I left Texas to come for that job, and Larry, maybe you as well, everyone said, "Oh, are you sure you want to do that?" I mean, there'd been some really good things in year 1, and it wasn't really a reflection of President Trump. It was more of a reflection of the understanding of Washington, D.C. at that moment, that while maybe we could slow the demise of the greatest country in the history of the world, but we'd only be slowing the demise. The demise was imminent. And when you and I walked out of there 3 years later, even in those dark days, even when the election had been taken, the January 6th had happened, President Trump, everyone thought, not everyone, but a lot of people were trying to put him in jail. Even then, it occurred to me that what Trump term 1 proved is that the demise of the country is not imminent. If we can put, right? And even I didn't know if that were the case when you and I arrived in February of 2017 or 2018. But when I left, even in the darkness, it occurred to me that the best job numbers in the history of America, the American dream, had reached corners of our communities, our forgotten communities, where it had never been before, thanks to your policies and the president supporting that we could secure a border, that peace through strength was possible, that all of this was possible, and that we had proven that we could pull a country back from the brink, and that we could basically preserve this, as Reagan said, the last best hope. What the second term has meant from my perspective, and we had time to prepare, which I think made a big difference, but what the second term has meant is a further effectuation and a further understanding that not only can we roll back the demise of America, we can completely change the trajectory of freedom and liberty for the next 250 years. And you think about 1776 and what we're celebrating on Saturday, but you think about 1860 with Abraham Lincoln and what they battled for in preserving the Republic. I believe we are in the exact same moment today in 2026, and that is why the left is battling us so hard, but that is why we will win, we must win, and we're going to win because of this president's leadership and because of the plans that were put in place and because of incredible leaders like Linda McMahon. The last thing I'll say, Larry, is, and we talked about this a lot in the intervening 4 years, everyone has their tribes and everyone goes to their side of the field, and that's fine. But we forget that 7 or 8 out of 10 Americans want a secure border. They want peace through strength. They want to have a healthcare system where the doctor and the patient gets to choose, not the insurance company or the government. They want a country where agriculture is back at the top. We're going to eat real food and get healthy again. I mean, that's what 8 out of 10 Americans want, regardless of whether they have an R or a D behind their name. What we're doing is effectuating the American dream. We just have to continue to tell that story and make sure all Americans understand.
Bye. By the way, you talk about consequential change from Mr. Trump. Securing and closing the border by itself is an incredible achievement. No one thought possible. There's nobody crossing the border now, basically. All right? And there's a lot of self-deportations and a lot of criminal deportations and so forth. But that by itself, as a national security issue, as an immigration issue, as a law and order issue, I mean, it's an education issue. It becomes a housing issue. That flood of whatever, 15 million, did a lot of damage. Now that damage has been repealed. Can I quote Linda? I've got a couple of great quotes here. I want to get them in. My other boss, my first boss, Ronald Reagan, this is in the Committee to Unleash Prosperity hotline this morning. Can we doubt that only a divine providence placed this land, this island of freedom, here as a refuge for all those people in the world who yearn to breathe free? Now, I'm very big, talking about the 250th anniversary, I'm very big on the theme of freedom. I wouldn't say it's a brand new theme, but it's an important theme. Not enough people talk about it. All right? I think one of the things that Mr. Trump has done and that we have been trying to do ourselves in this AFP-I, and you're doing the cabinet, is we are preserving freedom and we are preserving free enterprise, which is part of it. So I just want to read once again, this is not new, folks, but bear with me, probably the most important sentence in history. The most important sentence in history. We are endowed by our Creator with the unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And by the way, it doesn't say we are endowed by left-wing socialist government bureaucrats, you know, or we are endowed by various interest groups or socialists or communists, whatever they are. We are endowed by our Creator with unalienable rights. That's where our freedom comes from. That's where our liberty comes from. So I would just argue, if we preserve that, we will be in good shape. We will be in good shape. And I think, to be honest with you, nobody's perfect in life, but I think President Trump is preserving our freedom and our free enterprise and our liberty and our unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You know, we have to fight to preserve it. We must fight to preserve it. In some sense, that is what we are doing. We can come out taxes, regulations, whatever. The fact remains we have to preserve our freedom. That is our way of life. And we have to remember that we are endowed by our Creator. That's where our rights come from. And the government works for us, the people. That's where it is. If we do nothing else, we've done that. All right? And you have to fight for it. And sometimes you have to go to battle for it. Right? I mean, sometimes you have. That's right. No, that's right. That's exactly right. So that's just my little 2 cents worth. I wanted to get it in. It's the most important sentence in the English language. It's the most important sentence probably in all of history. We have done what no other country has done. None. No one has the rights and freedom and liberty that we have. We must preserve it. And you're just trying to educate people. See, I don't know if they teach the Declaration of Independence in any of these damn schools. I don't know if they do.
Well,
we should.
I can tell you we're really raising the level of interest again. There's no question about that. Not only did we do it with this just last night, we saw the special on CBS, which was about the president's 1776 scholars. And those were the 3 finalists who were, took the, they took the challenge of 8,000 signing up. Then we got down to 5 regional competitions. Then the finalist was here at the Kennedy Center. And these 3 kids won $250,000 in total scholarship money, but they had to study the Constitution, Declaration of Independence, the battles of the war, the generals, all of our leaders, and it was really remarkable that the interest that it created throughout the country, coupled with the History Rocks tour, Trail of Independence, that we did in every state around the country.
This is good.
And we did assemblies, we had competitions for where the kids were in an assembly and they would be asked questions on, federal questions as well as state questions. And then we had like a Family Feud style competition. And I threw out some T-shirts and hats as, for winners. They went crazy. They had the best time. But you know what I found out on that tour, Larry? Much to my dismay, how many schools no longer do the Pledge of Allegiance first thing in the morning.
Right.
And I even had one school principal say, "Thank goodness up on those boards that you put, we had video boards on either side. You had the words to the Pledge of Independence, Pledge of Allegiance." He said, "Because I don't think our kids would have known it." Is that not so sad in this country? We've lost respect for our flag. We don't teach patriotism. We have to get back to teaching civics, and that is something when we talk about reinventing and recreating our education, we need to know about our country. And I'll say one more quick thing. How wonderful has it been with these FIFA competitors in our country talking about what a wonderful country America is? going all across the country to different cities.
They like it better than we do.
They do. and they are talking about...
It's awful, but it's true.
They're talking about winning.
That's
They're
true.
talking about
They
freedom.
don't whine and yell, and I know the whole thing. They appreciate America.
Yeah.
And I said, Linda, you keep this up, you're going to re-educate America. That's where I started this riff. That's exactly right. You're just the best there ever was. That's fantastic. I mean, this July 4th, somewhere the Declaration of Independence has to fit in there, does it? Oh, yeah. It's got to. We are endowed by our Creator, really? Come on, Brookie. This stuff, and it just affects everything. Our freedoms, our security. It affects the border, law and order, education, taxes, regulation. You know, we are not endowed by the tax man, the IRS. It's different. We're endowed by our Creator. And it's not a bad thing to put God into the mix. It isn't bad. There's nothing wrong with that. Judeo-Christian, it's nothing wrong. Mr. Trump out there lambasting these crazy lefties in my city, New York. Blah, 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 blah. All right. He calls it, what did he say? Godless communism. Godless communism. Did we forget the Soviet Union? I worked for Reagan. His whole mission was the Soviet godless communism. We don't want that. We want our Creator freedom. All right? That's just one thing leads to another. That's my view. Go ahead. Kick it down.
A couple of thoughts.
Landman, Texas.
Yeah, exactly. A couple of thoughts, though. When we first founded America First Policy Institute, and anyone in here in those early days, let me hear you kind of holding it down for us, and it's believing in the dream. But if you remember, one of the very first things we did, to your point, Larry, is we created a biblical foundations book for the America First agenda. And the idea was that while obviously our fight for life is grounded in the Bible.
Oh, another one, right. I didn't mention that. Thank
Yes,
you. That's
well,
so important.
That's right. And a lot of the social issues are grounded in biblical principles. But what we wanted to do was everything from private property rights is a biblical principle. Secure borders is a biblical principle. Health care is a biblical principle, not from the government, but the opportunity to choose your own education. We created, and I'm sure it's still going, Dr. Rogers and others who are in that, and probably on the AFPI website, but the idea that America First is 100% grounded in biblical principles, just as our founders viewed it 250 years ago. And one other important point that I've been talking a lot about, Larry, you'll appreciate, and you brought it up. Originally, the Declaration was life, liberty, and property.
Yes.
And the founders argued and debated. And if you remember, Caesar Rodney had to ride overnight 80 miles to cast what everyone believed to be the breaking vote to get the Declaration approved. Like, this was not something everyone sat around and held hands and sang Alleluia and all agreed immediately. Like, it was a hard-fought document. But the life, liberty, and property changed to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. And when I'm reading a book on this right now, because I did not know this, that the pursuit of happiness from Thomas Jefferson and the other writers of the Declaration, they took that all the way back to Plato and to Socrates and to the Euclides and all of the great philosophers in world history. And pursuit of happiness then, not today, but then, pulling my dress up, then was about serving others. Yeah. And that's what they meant by pursuit of happiness, right? Civic duty, community, serving each other, fighting for freedom together. So that goes all the way back to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, fighting for each other.
I'm telling you, it's the greatest sentence in history. Certainly the greatest sentence in the English language, but it's probably the greatest sentence in history. And what I think we are of one mind. They'll come back when they're finished with this latest government fling, and they'll rescue me. But for the moment, what AFPI is doing in all of its endeavors, whether it's national security or the economy, democracy, elections, voting rights, all the things, community service that we do, it has to be, and trying to be, to preserve our freedom. It's just, no matter how, I'm not saying we're the only ones to do it, but everything links back to that. And, we will make this country greater in the next couple hundred years so long as we preserve our freedom. That's why it's just so important. And I would add free enterprise, because I'm an economics guy. I can't help myself. But really, help us. That's what I'm saying. Help us. I think it's a worthy endeavor. I also think, I'm going to put a plug in. We've proven, AFP-I, that we put out the best research, and a lot of it is actionable, and that's what we're working to do. And we have plenty to do. There's going to be legislation this summer and fall. We'll be working on that. And we'll be working on the national security side as well. And we need your help. We need your help. And I'll say one last thing regarding Mr. Trump, as I like to call him, Mr. Trump. Nothing's perfect, but as we were talking earlier, he's making America a better place. Stronger, safer, more growth, more prosperity. I always make this pitch. Linda, I remember going back years ago to the Connecticut Republican Convention in 2016, and I said, regarding Trump, help him, don't harm him. Please, help him, because he is on the right path, and his legacies must be preserved and extended. Help him, don't harm him. And there are issues, technical issues and detail issues, but look at the big picture. He is profoundly a freedom guy, and a free enterprise guy, and a pro-family guy, and secure America guy. And we haven't had one of those presidents in a very long time since Reagan, 40 years. So I don't mean to bore you with it, but I think it's an important point. You're here. We're grateful that you're here, most grateful. Help us, help him. Let us try to preserve freedom. We are endowed by our Creator with the unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's a very fragile but important value. So I'm going to, Linda's got to go back to re-educating America, and Brookie's going to go back to preserving our eatery.
Selling soybeans.
Our grand eatery, selling soybeans.
Stopping screwworm. That was not on my bingo card a year and a half ago, y'all. Yes, it's been unbelievable.
I got a television show to run. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate it very much.
God bless America. Thank y'all.
Linda, you're something. You know what? You are something.
Larry, Brooke, Linda, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the happy announcement to let you know you have about 6 minutes for a bathroom break. We'll be back in here for our final presentation from the great Lee Zeldin. Thank you once again. We'll see you all in a few minutes. Back in your seats in about 6 minutes, Joe and Sherry. Thank you.
In 1776, America isn't a continent. It's a gamble. A thin line of 13 colonies clinging to the Atlantic coast, 2.5 million people, and an uncertain future. Everything beyond the mountains is unknown, or at least not American. The interior is vast, contested, and largely unmapped by this new nation. No roads west, no states beyond the Appalachians. At this moment, the United States is one of the smallest countries on Earth based on population. But it won't stay that way, because over the next 250 years, America's territory expands rapidly. The turning point comes early. In 1803, the Louisiana Purchase doubles the size of the country overnight. A deal so big, It transforms America from a coastal republic into a continental power. States begin appearing rapidly: Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Alabama, Missouri. By 1826, there are 24 states, nearly double the original. Population, nearly 10 million, quadruple since independence. Trade surges. Canals connect inland cities to global markets. Americans are moving, building, expanding. By America's 100th birthday, the answer is clear. The United States now spans the continent. Railroads connect Atlantic to Pacific. New territories fill the West. 38 states anchor a rapidly rising nation, and the population has surged to nearly 40 million. This is a country industrializing at breakneck speed, building cities, factories, and the largest economy the world has ever seen. But the growth comes with real cost, a civil war that nearly tears the nation apart, and ongoing conflict across the frontier. Even so, the trajectory is unmistakable, and America is becoming an economic giant. By 1926, the continental map is complete. 48 states, coast to coast. Now something changes. Expansion gives way to acceleration. The population passes 100 million, and cars, highways, and radio shrink distance. Goods, people, and ideas move faster than ever before. The American economy surges, becoming the dominant force of the 20th century. And soon, we add both Hawaii and Alaska. The frontier is no longer about land and territory. It's about growth. Today, 250 years after independence, the map is complete. 50 states. A nation spanning a continent and beyond. More than 340 million people. The largest economy in the world, and a country that continues to innovate, build, and adapt. The borders have stopped moving, but the country hasn't. Growth continues in technology, energy, infrastructure, and opportunity. From 13 colonies to 50 states, to the most dynamic economy in the world. Not bad for 250 years. And who knows, maybe we're not done yet.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage AFP-I Co-Chair of American Prosperity, Michael Falkender.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before we get to the last session, let me just say this has been a labor of love getting this panel together. There's nothing I wanted to do more to celebrate 250 years of our nation than to get this panel, to get this event together, to link the founding of our nation with the economic liberties that have made it so great. And to finish it off, I have the pleasure of introducing to you a man who personifies public service leadership, and that is EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. Lee is the 17th administrator of the EPA. He served for 22 years in the military, served in the New York State Senate, 8 years in Congress, then served at AFP-I before becoming the EPA administrator, where he is doing more than anybody else in the Trump administration to realize the deregulatory efforts that are going to propel our nation into the next 250 years. So please please help me welcome to the stage EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, who is going to be interviewed by our chairman, Greg Sindelar.
Please help me welcome Administrator Zeldin.
Now, what Mike, of course, he's a little conflicted as the father of Lauren, but his daughter is very, very popular with the entire cabinet. She's a key member of the White House Cabinet Affairs. So, a special shout out to Lauren Falkender, who is, she has a favorability rating in the administration, I would imagine, somewhere north of 99%. So,
So even the president might be jealous of that favorability rating. I'll say that. All right. Well, Administrator Zeldin, I appreciate you being here and helping us close out our Prosperity Summit. We're 18 months into this administration, your term as administrator, just about. Maybe we start off with, what is the thing that you're most satisfied with, or the thing that you're most proud of that you've accomplished in your time so far at the EPA?
Well, EPA's core mission is protecting human health and the environment. The best announcement that we've put out so far on the 1-year anniversary of President Trump's term in office, we released a list of our top 500 environmental actions, top 500 environmental accomplishments from that first year. It's that first pillar for us of powering a great American comeback to pursue clean air, land, and water for all Americans. One of the things that too often across this country, conservatives get wrongfully criticized. We love taking care of the environment. We care about conserving our air, land, and water, and we're very proud of it. Now, as far as honorable mentions go, we are in the middle of implementing what amounts to more deregulation in 1 year than entire federal governments have done in the past across every agency of the federal government combined, including our recent finalization of the largest act of deregulation, the rescission of the 2009 Obama-era endangerment finding, all greenhouse gas emission standards on light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles, and all off-cycle credits, including the incentive, we call it the Climate Participation Trophy, that the Obama administration started giving out to manufacturers to make your cars die at every stop sign and red light. So no more incentive for the start-stop feature. And the one other piece that's worth mentioning, we came in, we inherited an agency that believed that in order to protect the environment, we would have to suffocate out of existence entire sectors of our economy. The Trump EPA believes strongly that we could do both. We could protect the environment and grow the economy at the same time. We did an agency-wide reorganization. We currently have about 25% less of an agency size than when we came in our first year. Through canceled contracts and grants, no canceled media subscriptions, real estate consolidation, staff efficiencies, closing a Biden EPA museum that I know all of you thought of. Every time you're in D.C., that was at the top of your list. That museum is no more. In total, an agency that had an annual operating budget of $10 billion, we canceled $30 billion. We saved $30 billion. And how is that possible? It's because in 2024, they obligated and spent over $60 billion, and they weren't able to get it out fast enough. So in their words, they were tossing gold bars off the Titanic. They were caught on video talking about how they were rushing to get billions of dollars out the door before President Trump came to office because they knew that when he came in, he was going to stop it. That was right. They also said they thought it would be kind of cool to get themselves jobs at the recipient NGOs, if you want to dig deeper in understanding conflicts of interest. But because they didn't get it out fast enough, that's how we were able to save $30 billion our first year at an agency with an annual operating budget of just $10 billion. So a couple of honorable mentions on top of what is, of course, our top accomplishment at EPA, which was all of our environmental accomplishments.
Really, really incredible. So the $20 billion slush fund, the $2 billion to Stacey Abrams, this colossal waste of taxpayer funds, that's all been shut down and reclaimed?
Yeah, March of 2025, I canceled all of it. The money was not yet spent. The money was frozen at the bank. It was parked towards the end of 2024 at an outside financial institution. So they tried to remove it from government, but they didn't spend the money fast enough. So that money was frozen. We were sued. Of course, everything I do, I say yes or no, I'm going to get sued. Of course, canceling $20 billion worth of what's called Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which was part of the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, or as you all would say, the Inflation Expansion Act. They wanted the district court, and they lost. Trump administration won. when it went in front of a 3-judge panel. The litigation continues, but those grants were canceled. They were canceled because of our zero-tolerance policy towards any waste and abuse. Because of the self-dealing and conflicts of interest, the unqualified recipients, the reduced agency oversight, to restore accountability on behalf of the American taxpayer, we enthusiastically canceled all of that money and much, much more.
Amazing, amazing. Well, and you hit on another topic. You know, one of the things, I've been hanging on to my truck because I really hate the auto stop feature. And every time I get in a rental car, the first thing I look for is how do I turn that off. And so we're very grateful on that. But you talked about the electric vehicle mandate. So how do we ensure that the federal government never again is imposing particular cars or things on the American people like they tried to do with that mandate?
The Biden administration issued waivers to the state of California that California used for the electric vehicle mandate. A whole bunch of other states that had adopted that California electric vehicle mandate. We submitted that rule, those 3 waivers, the first 3 waivers, to Congress. Congress then, through the Congressional Review Act, rejected those 3 waivers. President Trump signed it. And the way the law works is not only are those 3 waivers now gone, but in the future, another administration comes in, they cannot do anything substantially similar. So that was a massive action to get rid of that California-led electric vehicle mandate. There are some other things that can be done. I just sent in the last couple of weeks 4 other waivers that were given to California. So Congress now has the opportunity to be able to pass it. Now the good news is, as far as counting votes in Congress, you only require 51 votes in the Senate in order to pass the Congressional Review Act, so it's easier to pass than 60. So that would make even more progress. And then as far as EPA goes, we went through the process of delaying the model year 2027 and 2028 rules that were ramping up a federal electric vehicle mandate, and we're in the process right now of designing the model year 2029 and beyond rules, which, while I'm not allowed to prejudge the outcome of our rulemaking, I'm pretty confident it will look nothing like what the Biden EPA did. So that's another aspect of progress. And this is a smart room, much smarter than the purple-haired congresswoman from Connecticut. So when, as you might know, when she asked me about the repeal of the endangerment finding, I cited that I was just following the law that she hadn't read. But I also cited some Supreme Court cases that she wasn't familiar with, but this group is. And Loper Bright was significant in overturning the Chevron deference doctrine. There is a single best reading of federal statute. And that's what we did with the endangerment finding with the mobile sources back in February. When that goes through the litigation process upheld by the court, I mean, there is only one single best reading of the law. So as far as durability goes, another administration can't come in and say, well, I have a different single best reading of the law. So right now, I am going to be doing as many single best readings of the law that I can. I get sued, and then hopefully we're able to win these cases, and then the next administration comes in, and they can't come up with their own single best reading of the law. And it's an objective single best reading of the law. Every single day that I'm in this position, I limit my power. I reduce the power of my office, but I only limit my power to what federal statute says. I do not reduce my power any less than what are my statutory obligations. But I came into a position where I had expansive power, far beyond what federal statute says. So when a member of Congress says that they want me to regulate the heck out of greenhouse gas emissions in order to combat global climate change, my message to them is very simple. Change the law. Because if Congress changes Section 202 of the Clean Air Act and they tell me to regulate greenhouse gas emissions to combat global climate change, I'll follow the law. In the meantime, post-Loper Bright especially, I'm going to follow the single best reading of the law. And in this example, Section 202 doesn't say anything about combating global climate change. So a lot of progress on eliminating electric vehicles from the state level, a lot of progress from eliminating it at the federal level. There are more things to do that are durable. We will continue to do it. And my last message, which is the message from President Trump and the message of the Trump administration to the American people, is that we believe in consumer choice. We want Americans to go out and buy whatever vehicle they want. We want manufacturers to make whatever vehicle that their customers want to buy, as opposed to what politicians and bureaucrats demand. If you want to buy an electric vehicle, get an electric vehicle. If you want an internal combustion engine, get an internal combustion engine. You want diesel, you want hybrid, go out and buy whatever your heart wants you to go out and buy. Your federal government under President Trump is not going to make that decision for you.
Well, today we've talked a lot about the achievements of America over the last 250 years and talked a lot about how we need to secure the next 250 years. And so from your role as administrator at the EPA, how do you see that we can ensure American innovation and American prosperity while still being good stewards of our natural resources?
Innovation has just come so far. Yesterday I did an interview on Fox News. They were asking me about this deputy mayor in Paris who would blame, AFPI for turning the air conditioning on in this, this day of, right now it's 98 degrees and a 106 real feel. So stay here in the AC as long as you can. Although if you want to go to the state fair, I will tell you that all of the state booths are AC'd. So go visit your state fair a block away at the National Mall. But the deputy mayor of Paris was blaming Americans for our use of AC as to why there is currently a heat wave in Paris. And we're just trying to apply some very basic common sense logic to what is in front of us. And when I was asked about emissions, and the fact is, over the course of the last 20 years, emissions across the board have been going down. Not just what their measurement, they were bringing up the point of what's called greenhouse gas emissions, but you look at the criteria air pollutants, the hazardous air pollutants, what's actually named in the Clean Air Act. Yes, EPA does continue to regulate emissions to ensure clean air. We just do what the Clean Air Act requires us, as opposed to not giving us powers beyond that. And what you find now is that any one of those engines that you want to buy, like I was just referencing, they all have advanced so far over the course of the last 10 to 20 years. You look at stationary sources, how far they have come, and how massive. I'm not talking about an improvement of a few percentage points of certain emissions that you would care about. You go look at coal plants in America, and when you throw out a particular type of an emission that you care about, the coal plants will be down 89% since 2012 in this number, and 95% since 2012 in this other number. The numbers are amazing of how much private sector innovation has come along, and we should be tapping in more to our own resources, our own domestic supply. We should be utilizing our resources rather than relying on foreign countries. It's better for our economy, it's better for our national security, and it is better for our environment. We tap into these supplies so much better for our environment than so many other countries do elsewhere around the world. It's about energy supply, the rare earth, the critical mineral space, from extraction through processing. Why would we be relying so heavily on places like China when we have the resources right here at home? And this is certainly no exception, and we have the private sector innovation already to prove it. And that, I believe, is the best way for us to look in the future with America First approach to energy policy and the rest of that focus that AFPI has been working on for a long time. I was part of AFPI during the last administration, and there was a lot of talk of the fork in the road for America that was ahead in November of 2024, and what the consequences are, what the contrast was, and what it means short-term and long-term. And sometimes when you speak in what might feel like a hypothetical of what that means, it almost feels in politics, well, you're trying to make it more than what it actually is. No, the reality of how bad the last 4 years were clear. You all know it. and the reality has proven over the last 18 months of how important it was for us to be able to take back our country. And when I say take back our country, it's not a particular political party. It's not a particular region of this country. It is about Americans all across this great country who saw that fork in the road and then decided to elect President Trump to come in locked in to make the most of every minute of every day, to be able to correct those wrongs and to set us on the right track, hopefully, for the generation that is going to follow.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And kind of taking a step off that, you're seeing around the country, I think a lot of us are optimistic about where the country is headed under this administration, but we're also seeing some dynamics where the DSA and other certain ideologies are making inroads and really changing the political dynamics that we're seeing across the country. In your own native New York, where the mayor there is, probably a communist or Marxist, however you want to describe him. And so we could lose a lot of the progress that you all have made in the past 18 months. But with that in mind, how do you ensure that we don't lose that progress? And then what makes you optimistic about America still leading the rest of the century when you're talking about not relying on China, but how do we ensure that we lead and lead for the rest of the world when it comes to innovation and technology and stewardship of our resources?
Being them here as the administrator of EPA and not with my personal hat on, having been thoroughly briefed on the ins and outs of what's referred to as the Hatch Act, I'm not going to be able to share all of my thoughts that I would like to as far as the November election that is ahead. The answer that I'll give, I mean, first off, a lot of what we're doing already with legislation that is changed, with action that is durable, especially post-Loper Bright and post-Major Questions Doctrine, which was another Supreme Court, from a Supreme Court decision where an agency like EPA, we can't impose trillions of dollars of regulation on our own because some member of Congress down the street is unable to find the votes and the courage to impose trillions of dollars of regulation. They instead just call the administrator of EPA and say, well, we just want you to do it anyway, which is what was happening. With the Major Questions Doctrine, if EPA is looking to impose trillions of dollars of regulation, there is a requirement for there to be that debate and that vote in Congress down the street. So a lot of the actions that we are taking are durable beyond whatever happens in future elections that are ahead of us. There are pledges that are very real being made of a growing contingent within Congress, and to a certain extent, it will continue to grow as we look towards 2027, where the resist, oppose, impeach, and obstruct pledge that motivated them into power in 2018 going into January of 2019, it pales in comparison when you make that comparison and looking back. There are more numbers. There's going to be, there was a squad of just a few people in 2019. There is a whole nother group that is going to be coming in next year, and they want to go further. They're promising it. It's not a, hey, take our word for it, or anyone has to take each other's word for it. Like, it's their words promising what their agenda is, and I think that we should be taking them at their word, especially because of that history to prove it. That's how they're going to look to make their mark. And the rest of that answer is a part of me that I used to be able to give when I was at an AFPI event wearing my non-governmental hat, but I will not stress anything as it relates to this November. I won't even suggest that there isn't a very high-stakes answer to be given as it relates to an election that's coming up in a few months.
Really well done, sir. Well, and I really love what you said about creating durability in what you're doing. And I think one of the hallmarks of your leadership at EPA has been balancing kind of the environmental safeguards with the cost-benefit analysis of what you're doing. And we often hear from folks that the environmental stewardship is incompatible with economic growth, but I think if you looked at the numbers over the last 50 years, you might make a case that that's actually not the case. And I'm kind of curious your thoughts on that and the things that you're looking at doing at EPA to ensure that we can maintain strong economic growth while ensuring safeguards for our environment.
I mean, the deregulatory agenda that EPA has with the stuff that's been finalized, the stuff that's been proposed, with the public comment periods either going on or it's done and we're preparing our final rule, we're talking about decisions that, I mean, I referenced one that is an over $1 trillion act of deregulation that repealed the endangerment finding, but there's a lot that we're doing on mobile sources, on stationary sources. We're making it easier for a permit. I had a meeting Secretary Rollins hosted a little while ago this morning, and Secretary Wright was there, and there were a whole bunch of folks there, and this one guy was talking about how he's been waiting 10 years to build this particular fertilizer manufacturing facility. And he's been waiting 10 years, and I'm like, oh. I hope that this story has a good ending. He's talking to me about 2020 and the progress that was made, and then how EPA stopped it for years. And this is the media wasn't around. I was hoping that this wasn't a situation where he's about to be brutally honest, and I'm going to have to go back to EPA and knock around some folks to get something to shake free. Fortunately, the end of his story, he said, as soon as President Trump was sworn into office and you were confirmed as administrator of the EPA, within 60 days we were able to get our permit. And then he points out Secretary Wright about how the DOE took this action in the next 90 days. And my response, I kind of chuckled to myself at first, but I shared it with the group. If President Trump, I'm like, honest to God, this is exactly how you would have responded to this guy saying he had waited 10 years and then he got this permit from us in 60 days, his response would have been, why did it take so long? And when President Trump was elected, we were going through that process between the election and his inauguration, and we're at the New York Stock Exchange where he was ringing the opening bell. And he made remarks where he said, when Lee Zeldin is the administrator of EPA, he's going to approve all new nuclear facilities in 1 week. And the media inquiries started coming in right away, very seriously trying to figure out how is that possible. And I was spending the rest of the day with the president. He was volunteering his services as communications director, which I very much appreciated. He was, I presented to him the first inquiry that came in, and he said, well, tell them that I was just kidding. Actually, he said, remind them that I was just kidding around. And he paused for a moment, and he said, and tell them you'll get it done in 2 weeks. And the president then spent the first several months of his administration in public and in private, often talking about how I am approving all nuclear facilities in 2 weeks. And he mentioned it at a cabinet meeting in November, and Secretary Lutnick comes up to me afterwards, and he said, I don't know. I think I'm going to have to, and he was serious. He said, I think I'm going to have to fact check this. I don't believe that you're actually approving new nuclear facilities in 2 weeks. And I said, yeah, I'm thinking to myself, I don't know if we have either. I mean, that's a really short timeline. But fortunately for us, on November 24th, regardless of how that fact check would have worked out, and who knows, maybe something moved fast enough, November 24th, we get a request for a new small modular reactor. That qualifies as a nuclear site.
Absolutely.
A request for a new small modular reactor in Tennessee, and we approved it on December 1st.
There you go.
And I had a meeting at the Oval Office. The president's there, and Secretary Lutnick was there, and I was able to tell him, hey, President, great news. Howard, you don't need to try to fact check or vet me. We just approved a new nuclear facility in 8 days. EPA has the power to speed things up, and EPA has the power to slow things down, to stop to stop progress. And from the permitting front to the deregulatory front, to the ways that we are limiting our own power to just simply fulfilling statutory obligations, there is so much that we could do to improve our air, land, and water while also helping to grow our economy. And we're seeing it on the HFC space. If you want to talk about ACs, they were doing the, Biden EPA, they were doing this rushed phase out of HFCs, where if you're down in Georgia and it's, 1,000 degrees and a part of your AC breaks, how ridiculous is it for your federal government to tell you that instead of replacing that part, instead you have to replace the entire piece of equipment? We heard it from the residential side. We heard it from the grocery stores. We've heard it from the semiconductor industry. And we have been methodically, including a recent announcement with the president in the Oval Office, methodically rolling that back to make sure that we're applying simple common sense, protecting the environment while also growing the economy and unleashing economic growth.
Yeah. Well, I think that's such an important point because oftentimes people try to make the process as painful as possible. So how at the EPA do you kind of distinguish between legitimate concerns and where people are just trying to delay for delay's sake to maybe stop things, and what are the things that we should be looking at maybe to improve permitting reform and work that through Congress?
I'll answer using an example. Everyone's talking about data centers. Now, I believe that America should lead the world in artificial intelligence, that this is a race that cannot be lost. I believe that it's a race that if we hit pause on briefly, that we'll be so far behind a place like China, it'll be so difficult to impossible to catch up later. Now, here's the thing, not all data centers are equal. And EPA is not going to sit inside of an agency building, which is, by the way, across the street. We're not going to sit inside of this building and say that we know the air, land, and water of every state and local community better than that state and local community does. Now, we have obligations under the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act. We take them seriously, and we will do our job under the law. For some areas, like states, they want to do a statewide moratorium. And listen, we want to advance cooperative federalism. We want to work with partners. I would just say this after traveling the whole country. I went to all 50 states plus Mexico and Canada in our first 9.5 months. So as President Trump would say, I went to all 51 states plus Mexico in my first 9.5 months. And I got to see data center projects that are unlike the data center projects that get spoken about with the most amount of controversy. So I would recommend a simple 3-part test. There's more to look into with this, but a simple 3-part test for people who care about this in the local community. One is, what does it do to my energy bills? Is it going to result in more cost or less cost? That's question number one. Question number two is, how are they powering their project? Are they going to be a net taker from the grid, or are they going to be a net provider with the grid? There's behind the meter activity where they're generating their own power. They're not just powering themselves, but they're actually putting power onto the grid to help others. And then water. Are they using a closed loop system to cool their equipment? Is it 100% recyclable, or are they constantly tapping into the local water supply? There is such a massive range of examples with data centers that whenever I come across people who want to just simply say that data centers are just universally awesome, no questions asked, or data centers are just universally terrible, no questions asked, I, as EPA administrator, look to be a good partner of states and local communities, to be engaged in the process to make sure that we're following the law. There are federal laws that are applying. There is technical assistance that we are able to provide to states and local communities, but it helps us to differentiate out there. Some people, you're talking about speeding things up or slowing things down. That is one of the best, most current examples that are in front of the agency We just released a new water reuse action plan 2.0. 1.0 was during Trump 1. 2.0 was during this current Trump administration, and we include lessons learned on data centers and, by the way, a whole bunch of other industries, because we care about water reuse very much at the EPA and at the Trump administration. I feel like it's better not to just, stereotypically one size fits all, paint with one broad brush this whole country. Our states are diverse, our local communities are diverse, the climates, are diverse as far as, when and how long their wet season might be. The access to water is different from one community to the next. So it's just important for us to be thorough in answering these questions and to be responsible, but not being control freaks either at the same time from across the street.
Yeah. No, I love that. Well, and just a couple questions left, and you talked a little bit about your experience in working with some of these other states, and it's one thing to go work with a state like my native Texas or Florida, where they're very open to working with this administration, but how do you go about your business to ensure that the things you're trying to accomplish at the EPA, and you talked about cooperative federalism, that you're able to get things done in California or in Illinois or Washington State, where maybe they're not as friendly to the administration?
I mean, I mentioned earlier the 3 waivers that Congress, through the Congressional Review Act, got rid of. California wasn't very happy. I partially disapproved a state implementation plan where they were trying to set these limits on heavy-duty trucks from out of state and out of country. California wasn't very happy about that. They weren't happy about the endangerment finding. And when I said that every decision that I make, I get sued, I go back and check. I don't know, maybe California is part of every one of them. Not every one of them, but California, they sue us a lot. But at the same time, through President Trump's leadership, the progress that we have made in securing a binding agreement with Mexico that's being implemented to combat a decades-long Tijuana River sewage crisis that is plaguing millions of Southern California residents and impacting our Navy SEAL training at Coronado and so much more. We've been able to make progress. The past administrations weren't. We're proud of it. It's a 100% solution that when you finish those Mexico side projects over 26 and 27, there's one in 28, you will be able to implement that 100% solution. And California is a bit conflicted on just how upset they're supposed to be with the EPA because of how important that is. President Trump comes in after the wildfires in Los Angeles. He gives EPA 30 days to complete our hazardous material removal that at first the initial read was that hopefully we'd be able to complete it by the summer. He gave us 30 days and we managed to get it done in 28. And then Army Corps came in to complete their debris removal in 100 days, and Small Business Administration came in and they were able to do half their disaster loans across the entire country last year. We're in California for these people, lost everything. And at the 1-year mark, President Trump was unhappy with the pace of rebuilding in Los Angeles. So at an event about Trump accounts, I happened to be sitting a couple rows back, and I got the president from the podium put me in charge of the rebuild in Los Angeles. And yes, sir. Went right out to Los Angeles, and we started working on non-federal logjams, stuff that has nothing to do with EPA. We're doing constituent services, calling individuals to help them get their permits over the finish line, and we've gotten thousands punched over since then. And the insurance companies and the banks with mortgage forbearance, all sorts of stuff that EPA has never had anything at all to do with, but President Trump wants us to be able to help however possible. And again, California's in a situation wondering, well, just how upset are they supposed to be at the EPA? Like they're conflicted, they feel conflicted emotionally because they feel like you're supposed to be suing us on everything, opposing us on everything, but we keep delivering these wins because President Trump is a president for all Americans, regardless of whether you're Republican, Democrat, Independent, conservative, moderate, liberal. If you're from the Palisades or Altadena or Malibu, if you live down in San Diego, wherever you are in California, he will empower his administration to do everything in our power to be able to assist. And that applies in other states as well, where we've received similar mandates to do other things. How do we work with them? Well, we find common ground however possible, staying consistent to what we believe in doing our job as effectively as we can. And the president, by the way, I'll give you one last example. I was down in Florida. There was a podcast interview that I was doing. Patrick Bet-David. Did I say his last name right? Bet-David?
Yeah.
Right. So he asked me about this meeting that was scheduled that day. It was the new mayor of New York City was going to be meeting with President Trump for the first time. How do you think it's going to go? I said, you have to understand, President Trump's New Yorker. He's from New York. He grew up there. His business is from there. His family was raised there. It's his home. It's his history. He now lives in Florida, but he cares about these issues. So if the mayor of New York City walks into that meeting and decides that he is going to approach the President of the United States about trying to work together on anything to be able to move New York City in the right direction, I believe the meeting is going to shock a lot of people at how well it's going to end up going. If the New York City mayor comes in and he's trying to stick his chest out and be the alpha male, then I would remind the mayor of New York City that there is only one alpha male allowed inside the Oval Office that day, and it will not be the new mayor of New York City. Mamdani was smart. When he went into the Oval Office, he tried to engage the President of the United States, who's originally from New York City, who cares about New York City, on issues of where there'd be common ground to move New York City forward. The media comes in, and everyone is shocked at how well they were getting along. To this day, there are people who are still confused as to why they are getting along, and there's no mystery to it. The reason is because the mayor is reaching out proactively to the president to try to figure out more things that he can do where they can work together and to move New York City forward. Now, President Trump is not going to hold back if you ask your question a little bit differently. Because earlier you're asking me, you're talking about, whether it's Democrats, Socialists of America. It's this move towards socialism in this country, that fork in the road that defined AFPI's mission when I was here with you all for a couple years leading to the November election. You want to ask your question differently to President Trump, he will tee off without maybe any level of political correctness from his heart, exactly what is in his mind as far as the stakes in this moment in this country. But I have found it incredibly easy to sort through how to work with a state, regardless of whether they're red, blue, or purple, because of President Trump's leadership.
That's wonderful. All right, last question, sir. And, as we're a couple days away from celebrating 250 years since signing the Declaration of Independence, I would love just your reflections on what this country has meant to the world and as leading the charge in a lot of different ways, and where you see the future going, and what makes you so optimistic about the future of this great country.
One of the principles that motivated me to run for office in the first place was this period in this country where it seemed like we were going around the world apologizing for American exceptionalism. I saw this negotiation of the original JCPOA where it felt like the United States was surrendering, and I've spoken about this a couple of times, but not much, maybe 2 or 3 times. I view whoever a president is, or a secretary of state, or anyone who's representing the United States, when you are engaging with a foreign country, you are inheriting 250 years of sacrifice, of blood and sweat to make this country the greatest country in the history of the world. If this is a Texas Hold'em game, any Texas Hold'em players in here? The best starting hand for Texas Hold'em. Greg knows it's Texas Hold'em. He says pocket aces, correct. As long as you play them right, by the way.
Yeah, that's true.
The worst starting hand in Texas Hold'em.
7-2 offsuit.
7-2 offsuit. I should just ask you, Greg. The 7-2 offsuit.
I'm Texan, so yeah.
And I kind of felt when I was watching this negotiation with Iran that we were going to a negotiating table where we were holding pocket aces, and we were sitting across the table from another party that was holding the 2-7 offsuit, And because we felt bad for how awesome America is, we're like, you can play our cards and we'll play your cards. And I don't feel like anyone at any moment, and regardless of whether you're President, Secretary of State, anyone else representing the United States, because you're inheriting the goodwill, the sacrifice, the hard work, the blood, the sweat of generations of veterans who lay down their lives in defense of this country, of all the law enforcement and civil and the diplomats and so many others who have selflessly served both at home and abroad to make sure that when a president is sworn in office that he is receiving not just the keys to the Oval Office, he's receiving those pocket aces. And people are trying to figure out, well, what's the difference between President Trump engaging Iran now with President Obama engaging with Iran in 2015? Well, there is no day at all where President Trump is going to ever sit down at a negotiating table with anyone and say, here, you have our pocket aces, we'll play your 7-2 offsuit. What this 250th anniversary means to me, it's a reflection of how we got here. It's a deep appreciation of everyone who gave up everything so that we get to live our lives in this country today, that we are here at our nation's capital in this historic moment for this country, that we have so much that is heading in the right direction right now in this country, where we're pursuing safer streets, where we have a border that we haven't released anyone in 13, 14 months, that we are upholding our rule of law, and that so much is going in the right direction. And as I look forward to our future, it's hard to predict whether or not this country is going to be here in 250 years. And I could say, well, of course I know that it will. Or in my heart, I deeply believe that Americans will endure. But I got to tell you, I want to see what happens in the months ahead to get a read of exactly where this country is. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We all watched a bullet almost go through the back of President Trump's head, and they tried to take him out again and again. And I watched a video that, gosh, I wasn't expecting to see what I saw when my very good friend and friend of many in this room, Charlie Kirk, was executed. We saw it with the assassination of the United Healthcare CEO. There is a population of this country that if you were to take out, say, a member of the cabinet, there are a lot of people who would say that it's just legitimate because they're a member of President Trump's cabinet. How the heck am I going to sit here right now talking about the heart, the soul, the will, the endurance of a country 250 years from now when we are up against a test in the months ahead to show where we are as a people? And I hope, I pray, that in the decisions that are right in front of us, the decisions that we face in this generation, before the people are even born yet, the decisions that we face right here, right now, I hope that we do our part to make sure that we're not just surviving, that we are thriving through these years and beyond to make the greatest country in the history of the United States even greater. The 250th anniversary means a lot to all of us. And AFPI, I am so grateful for, and so many of you for making sure that this is a multi-generational effort that withstands the test of time, to ensure that this flag continues flying and that we are protected and free with liberty and the right people representing us and leading our country to greatness.
Well, sir, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your service to our country. And please, everyone, help me thank our wonderful EPA Administrator, Lee Zeldin. All right, well, that was an amazing way to conclude today's summit. I just have a few parting words, just 45 minutes, and we'll be out of here, I promise you. No, I want to thank our partners at Unleash Prosperity for helping us put this on today, and of course, thank all of our wonderful speakers and panelists and moderators, including, of course, the wonderful Larry Kudlow, Secretary Rollins, Secretary McMahon, Administrator Zeldin, Art Laffer, Steve Forbes, NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, and Kevin Hassett, amongst others. But most of all, I want to thank each and every one of you. Because while we've heard from some of America's greatest thinkers, what gives me hope isn't simply the expertise represented on the stage, it is the commitment represented in this room. This morning I said that we celebrate America's 250th anniversary. We should remember that 1776 gave the world not one, but two revolutionary documents, the Declaration of Independence, that gave us a new understanding of political liberty, and Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations, that gave us a new understanding of economic liberty. And I think hopefully today you leave reminded that those two ideas have always belonged together. And as Administrator Zeldin said, it is really up to every generation, for we are stewards of this moment and lucky to be here in the United States of America, but it is up to every generation to ensure the future prosperity of this great country. So as you leave today, and as you spend the weekend really thinking about what 250 years of America has mean and what is demonstrated, please make sure that you are doing the things to ensure the growth and the future of this great country. And just please know that AFPI and Unleash Prosperity and everyone else is there with you, fighting the good fight, and we will continue to fight for the next 250 years of America. So God bless y'all, and God bless America. Thank you very much.